Selling your property is all about flaunting your assets so potential buyers fall in love. Marketing, curb appeal, decor all play a part in how fast your property moves. My mission is to give unsellable properties a slick yet affordable makeover to turn them into unstoppable sellers. This adorable 3-bedroom cottage in the city is located on a big, gorgeous lot in a quiet and serene neighbourhood. It has 1.5 stories, dining room, loft and 1 bath. It's listed at $399,000. On the outside, it looks like a tiny jewel of a house, but homeowner Lisa hasn't had a single offer and she is desperate to sell. So I'm here to help. Letter carrier Lisa has been raising her 2 kids in this cottage on her own. Her daughter Emma is training as a pastry chef, and Michael is finishing high school. Lisa's love affair with her home goes back to her childhood.
One time we were coming by and I just said to my friend on a lark, I go, oh, I love that cottage. I'm going to buy that one day. And then I ended up buying it.
10 years later, her quaint cottage isn't the dream house it once was. Now, 3 adults are crammed inside.
I think I'm feeling that we are on top of each other a little bit. The weekend comes along and the girlfriend's here and the boyfriend's here, and then that's when things get very busy.
Lisa's had enough, so she's gone ahead and bought another house.
We are to take possession in less than 2 months.
But her plan has backfired. She thought her cottage would sell within days, but after a month on the market, still no offers, and the thought of carrying 2 mortgages is terrifying.
I get overwhelmed sometimes. I start to panic a little, like, what if it doesn't sell? What am I going to do?
With no plan B, she's got to sell.
It's time to go. It is time for us to go.
This high-end neighbourhood overlooks the bluffs along the lake. The marina, the beach, the yacht club, all are big draws. We're only 20 minutes from the city centre, but it's like we're smack dab in the country. In an area where million-dollar houses are snapped up in a week, Lisa's house should have sold. On the outside, it looks perfect, but Lisa, the homeowner, hasn't had a single bite, so I'm going to get inside and find out what's wrong. The porch beam is bent, and it looks like the lattice underneath the porch is missing. It's a little rustic, but hopefully the inside of the house will make up for it. Feels a bit pokey in here. That's because we've got a big black sofa, black chair, black fireplace. Dark furniture makes the room feel smaller. I'm not a fan of the window treatment. And what funny bits of material everywhere. Kind of mismatched patterns. Off the living room, there are 2 small bedrooms, which are quaint and suit the cottage, with yet more of that strange fabric. This is supposed to be the dining room, but I know for a fact that 3 people are going to struggle to eat around that table, and buyers need somewhere to eat. It's just pattern overload. The dining room leads into a rather small kitchen. Now I feel like I'm in the country because it is very rustic in here. This is a blind for a window. What is it doing in here? That's completely crazy. The problem with this kitchen is there's no storage and it's grubby. Quite a lot of work. Oh my. The kitty litter is in the bathroom. Ugh, ugh. This house is like a catalogue of disappointment. I was hoping that upstairs was going to be a romantic loft hideaway, and you get a student dig. Ooh, with quite a lot of water damage. That terrifies buyers. And yet more fabric. Crikey, it's all over the place. This room is definitely the worst room in the house. On the outside, this house is picture perfect. On the inside, it is anything but. You've got a shabby kitchen with hardly any cupboards, you've got a sitting room that's dark, and a loft that would give most people nightmares. And that is why this house is unsellable. If Lisa is going to get a sale, she needs to hear some home truths. Lisa, first off, this is such a cute cottage. The garden is really beautiful. And then you walk into this sitting room, and a leather sofa doesn't scream country cottage. It's more sort of downtown penthouse. And what we want to do is we want to create that country cottage look.
Okay.
Now, the dining room.
Yeah.
Do you actually eat in there?
Not often. Really, it's used as a place to get from the living room to the kitchen.
I think one of the most important things for a family is somewhere to eat, and buyers look for that. So we really need to re-establish it as a dining room instead of a not quite sure what this is room. Now, I love lofts. I was really hoping I'd go up there and it would be this like little hidey hole. And I walked into a student dig. So tell me about the room.
My son reached a certain age, 15, 14. I got the idea that he needed his own privacy space, so we traded rooms.
Purely from a selling perspective, that needs to be the pièce de la résistance. So you draw people up into this lovely loft master bedroom. And there's a problem with the water damage.
Okay, honestly, when I moved here, it was like that. 5 years or so after I lived here, I then redid our roof.
Right.
So if there was any issues, there certainly isn't now.
Okay. The buyers have to know that, because at the moment they're going to walk in and go, there's water damage, and they're going to be totting up in their head how much this is going to cost them, and they're going to take it off the asking price. Now, Lisa, I have one more question for you.
Yes, Sophie.
Are you prepared to say goodbye to the scarves?
I think I'll live.
Then we can get started. Lisa's house is unique and it's on a great plot, but it's been languishing on the market for almost a month now, and she and her 2 kids need to move out fast. I just hope they're getting the support they need from their real estate agent, Candice, and she's going to be able to find the perfect buyer for this house. Candice, this is a pretty special property, isn't it?
It is.
Tell it to me straight. Why is this house not selling?
Well, you're in a unique area. There are a lot of million-dollar homes in this area. Having a cozy little cottage isn't really conducive to what the area is.
Have you had any feedback from buyers coming through the front door?
Yes, not liking the kitchen, the color of the kitchen, the lack of the cupboards.
Yeah. And is this information you've passed on to Lisa?
Yes.
Now, as a real estate agent, would you have suggested to her, don't buy until you've sold?
Yes, Lisa's bought a home. She got out there on her own without any guidance from real estate, bought herself a home while she still owned a home.
That is just a sleepless night situation.
And the market right now is telling us this isn't selling.
If we make the improvements, it's going to stand a chance in this market.
That's what we're counting on.
Improving Lisa's odds is what it's all about. So to show her what is selling in the neighborhood, I'm taking her to a comparable house. They got 2 asking price offers in only 1 day.
Come on in, Lisa.
Wow, this is gorgeous. Yeah.
Everything feels like it's tied in. There's not, you know, blue here, pattern there.
Yeah. Everything has a place.
It works well. Come on through. So, the million-dollar question, what is this room?
Oh, this is definitely the dining room.
There you go.
No question.
But the good thing about this room is when a family walks through the door, they can imagine themselves sitting here having family meals, and that's really, really important.
Very effective.
Think the lesson's been learned? Should we go on through? First impressions?
Immaculate, lots of prep area, storage, wow.
This is a perfect example of how to prepare your kitchen for sale. And I would be happy to eat my meals off the prep space, off the floor. This place is immaculate. 10 out of 10.
Wow.
Now, cast your mind back. What does the loft look like? What are you seeing?
A mess.
In a couple of days' time, you're going to be seeing something like this.
Oh, this room says comfort, for sure. The whole house looks amazing. And now I understand, you know, when someone walks in your house, it's important that they don't have to imagine, you know, where are we going to eat or where are we going to sit?
Exactly. Yeah. They got 2 asking price offers in 1 day.
Oh my gosh.
And sold the house in 2 weeks.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah.
To help Lisa sell fast, our contractor Anthony Sayers will handle the structural fixes.
Well, walking up to the front of the house, it's a great porch. I love the feel of it. What's up with the post, though?
Oh, it's decorative. I think I bought like the wrong one and it just ended up being faulty.
It looks really bad, and the first thing that we should do is change it.
Yeah, first impressions
Yeah.
really, really count.
Okay.
Yeah. Just coming down here in the living room, a great fireplace. I noticed there's a lot of smoke on the exterior of the brick. So what we'll do is paint the brickwork with a smoke and fire-resistant paint.
Okay.
Going upstairs, I noticed there's some water damage in the loft.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll cut out the drywall that's there, and then I'll spray like a stucco paint just to match up the two ceilings.
Look great.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think the great thing is it doesn't sound like it's going to break the bank.
No. Minor changes, but they'll make a big impact.
Okay, great.
Fantastic. Well, I think we should get started then.
Yes.
Come on.
So it's out with the old and in with the new. I've enlisted Lisa and her gang to de-scarf, declutter and destroy.
Or should I just throw it downstairs?
Those clashing, outdated fabrics covered a multitude of sins.
Let's get the curtain out.
When selling your home, I always say remove at least 1/5 of your possessions so buyers can see what they're getting.
You've already attached the lattice.
Yeah, it just closes it off and makes it look nice and pretty much stops any critters trying to get underneath the deck.
Well, I think it looks much, much better.
We will paint it white just to match the rest of it. Okay.
And then you're gonna take this cosmetic pillar out, replace it with a new one.
Yes, it was bent, it didn't look good.
It looked a bit wonky, and curb appeal's so important. And I think especially if people are going to see a lot of houses, they sometimes just drive past and think, oh, that one doesn't look great from the outside,
Yeah.
and maybe just not even come inside.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I think it's going to look 100% improved.
With only the initial stages complete, Lisa has already turned a corner.
You know, now that I see what's going on, I'm just so excited about everything.
Ah, you're fixing the water damage. How's it going?
Well, I'm gonna just take this piece of drywall out altogether,
Right.
okay? Replace it with a new piece and just give it the same texture that the rest of the ceiling has.
So it's actually not too difficult.
No, it's not.
Brilliant, because I think having damage like this, if people see buckling like this, they immediately think there's a problem.
Exactly.
What are you expecting to find under the plasterboard?
I'm hoping nothing.
Wrong. That's a whole lot of something, Anthony. Luckily, it's just the old insulation, which we can easily replace. To match the stucco, you may have to experiment with sponges and rollers to get just the right texture. Now that the loft is almost done, downstairs needs to catch up.
At the moment, the sitting room's a bit dark and pokey. I want it to feel brighter, give it more of a country cottage feel.
And Anthony's work on the fireplace will give us just that.
Once the brick has been cleaned, we're gonna use a special primer. The primer seals the smoke from penetrating through the pigment of the paint. Once the brick is dried, we can go ahead and do the finished coat of paint. Very important to get into all the little nooks and crannies. You just gotta make sure you cover the whole thing.
And there's no need to buy new furniture. A simple paint job does the trick and costs next to nothing.
Sitting in the sun, painting, it's actually very therapeutic. It is thirsty work, though. I could use a beer.
Lisa's wonky front porch won't be an eyesore any longer. The last thing you want is buyers suspicious that there may be structural problems. And this time, we'll make sure it's level. If we can keep this pace, Lisa's 2 mortgage nightmare may be over.
When I drove up, I just couldn't believe the difference in the house. It looked like a new house. You know, now that I see what's going on, I'm just so excited about everything. And to be only halfway done just tells me, like, wow, I'm really in for a surprise tomorrow.
Using MDF board, the dining room is an easy fix. We're making a bench in the corner to seat a family of 6. The window treatments are getting a much-needed upgrade as well. In the kitchen, gone is that hideous emerald green and replaced by a soft grey. giving this small room much more depth. And now that the kitchen has been prepped, Anthony's boys are on to stage 2 of the reno. Inexpensive kitchen cupboards with no fabric in sight.
New paint and new hardware. Works every time. Voila.
The reno is almost complete, and at this stage, just the right finishing touches make all the difference.
If you've got a wood-burning fire like this one, then stack some logs artistically in the grate because they look good, but they also smell great too. When you're selling your house, your kitchen should be clean and decluttered, but it's still nice to dress it up a bit and add some colour. And what could be better than edible props you can buy in your grocery store? Clean is key when you're selling your house. So if you've got a grimy old hob, nip down to the hardware store, get a new burner insert, new ring, and Bob's your uncle. Almost a new cooker.
In fact, Lisa's practically getting a brand new home. But will the buyers bite?
Lisa's house is unique, but she and her 2 kids need to move out fast.
Let's get the curtain out.
And what we want to do is create that country cottage look.
Now that I see what's going on, I'm just so excited about everything.
Our work here is done, and this cottage looks amazing. We've transformed it from a series of unfinished rooms with mismatched patterns and colours into a picturesque, harmonious country cottage in the city. It's got a lot of charm, and with this gorgeous garden, I think it really is an oasis of calm away from the hubbub of the city.
The outside of Lisa's cottage promised a lovely country hideaway, but inside was a catalogue of disappointments. In the living room, the chunky leather sofa, the black chair, and the smoke-scarred fireplace had buyers heading for the hills. Now this room emanates fresh country cottage. The sofa has a lovely cream coverlet with complementary coloured pillows. We painted the fireplace a clean, crisp white and added a sprinkling of knickknacks. New wall hangings and upgraded window treatments complete the wow factor. The dining room setup confused buyers and was family unfriendly. We've changed the layout by building a banquette with an inexpensive paisley cushion. We've added a large country table, enhancing the flow of the space. Now this dining room is definitely a selling feature. We all know kitchens sell homes, and I really felt sorry for this one. So we painted the walls, updated the existing cupboard doors with new paint and hardware, and added essential cupboard space under the window. Buyers will now be able to see that this kitchen means business. No more sweaty socks. We've turned this loft into a teenage-free oasis of calm. We've repaired the damage to the ceiling and added soothing touches like a neutral colour on the walls, crisp designer linens and complementary window treatments. This bedroom now meets buyers' expectations of a master retreat. When selling your house, the interior needs to reflect the exterior. So at a total cost of just over $3,300, we've added value and uniformity throughout, maximised the space and transformed this cottage into a one-of-a-kind family home.
If your house is unique, maximise it. It's probably its uniqueness that will help sell it. If it looks like a gorgeous cottage on the outside, make sure it looks like a gorgeous cottage on the inside, because buyers like it when they walk into a house that knows what it is. Curb appeal is so important. So if you've got a fabulous exterior, don't let it down with bent posts or missing lattice, because in the end, you've only got one chance to make a good first impression. Know your target market. If you've got a family house, it needs a family-sized dining room. Focus your house and the sale on the people who are most likely to buy it.
So is Lisa sold?
Oh my gosh, this is awesome. I mean, in the kitchen, I was like blown away by the new cupboards, all the space to put everything. I always thought this was such a small room, but actually it's like totally feels huge now. My house has completely transformed into a dollhouse. It's perfect. I can't even believe that it's my house.
Now that the transformation from rustic shack to storybook cottage is complete, let the open house begin.
Come on in, guys.
I like the little seating area here.
Do you think this is big enough to accommodate yourselves?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, why don't you come on through to the kitchen?
Nice and clean, nice and bright. I like the baskets and the open shelves there.
Come on in.
This is a nice, cosy house, isn't it?
Do you feel that you're transported back to an English country cottage?
It does have that style, yes.
It does.
Oh.
It's an attractive bedroom, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yes. It's got a magic to it.
So what are your thoughts on the look of the cottage?
As soon as you see it down the street, you think, oh, that's a nice little house. And inside, it's got the same charm.
Sounds second viewing territory to me.
OK.
I think this house ticks all the boxes. It's got everything potential buyers are looking for, and it's been quite a lot of hard work. After 5 long weeks on the market, Lisa's house is finally sellable. Her chances of getting the asking price of $399,000 are better than ever. Selling your house is stressful, especially if you're desperate to move, and probably the last thing on your mind is giving your home a makeover, but that's exactly what it might need. Now, my mission is to give lifelines to the owners of unsellable properties by giving them simple yet proven real estate tips to turn their unsellable houses into really quick sellers. This semi-detached home has an open concept main floor, 3 bedrooms, and 2 baths. This house has been on the market almost 6 months and hasn't received a single offer. It's listed at the bargain price of $419,000, and the homeowner is bewildered at the lack of interest. She needs to get out of this money pit, and I said I'd give her a hand. 31-year-old business analyst Simone bought this, her first house, a year ago.
Everybody was, starting to get their own place, and I felt like I was getting up there in age, and I, wanted to have property before I was 30. So I went out and found me a house.
Yet Simone barely spends any time in her house and realizes she'd feel much better living in a condo.
I want to move to a downtown condo now because I'm used to having someone always around me. That's why I always have my friends hanging out.
But while she waits for a buyer, her home is bleeding her dry.
I put in about $70,000 into the house based on renovations. I had no money for furniture, I had no money for vases, I had no money for pictures, nothing.
Simone is desperate. She can no longer afford her mortgage payments.
There's been over 100 showings. It's been on the market for 6 months, and I don't understand. Not one offer.
Everything is at stake if she doesn't sell.
I could probably keep this house for another month, and that's barely making it.
Simone's neighborhood is a hotspot for young families looking for larger houses with affordable price tags. There's a farmer's market, good restaurants, and a community center, all within a half-hour subway ride from downtown. Houses here get snapped up within 14 days, yet Simone's house has been on the market for a jaw-dropping 6 months. This house is realistically priced and it's in the right location, so why no offers? I want to get inside and find out.
Ooh, what have we got here? A load of shoes. It's the first thing I notice when I walk in the house is the shoes. This is quite strange.
Not only is the buyer's first impression a granny's dining room, there's more.
There is a bathroom in there, a loo. Who puts a loo next to the dining room table? Imagine how awkward it'd be. You're having a dinner party, someone goes to the loo. Oh, it's so weird. Look at this wall. You've got a huge expanse of white and not a single picture on it. It's really, really institutional and cold. It doesn't feel lived in, this house, apart from the shoes. Tell you what you need in this sitting room. There's one more sofa. Not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 sofas in not a very big space. And what are 2 wall brackets doing on the coffee table? Nice big eating kitchen. You've got dining room, kitchen, breakfast bar. This house has way too many places to eat, and I don't usually say that. Nothing says buy me like dead foliage. Wow, the sticker is still on the inside of the oven. This kitchen never gets used.
I hope upstairs has something to excite the buyers. Afraid not. This room is an empty box.
Not a great first impression in the master bedroom. The linen, old paisley fabric. It feels quite granny-like. Yet more shoes. The shoes are escaping from the cupboard. It looks like they're sort of marching out. You want to tidy these things away. This room is a real dichotomy. You've got old and dark, and then you've got sort of fresh and young. It needs to have more of a balance. This house has real potential to be a great family home. But at the moment, it's cold, it's dated, it has zip personality. And I'm not surprised no one's taken it. Unless we put the love back into this home, it's going to remain unsellable for a long time. If Simone wants to avoid another 6 months without a sale, she needs to listen hard. Simone, when I first walked into this house, I had 30 pairs of shoes in the dining room alone.
Wow, I never counted.
Right, because this house is quite strange. It doesn't really feel like it's very lived in. I mean, take the kitchen, for instance. The sticker is still on the oven, which would suggest you've never used the oven.
Yes, that would suggest it's correct. I have never used my oven.
You've never used your oven. Buyers really get a sense of that when they come around the house. It feels quite cold. That could be something to do with the fact that you painted it a nice bright white colour,
yes,
but there's not a single painting on the wall. What's with that?
Well, when I finished renovating the house and I was tapped out for money, all the, the nice things of owning a house, like buying your vases and buying your paintings and really making it your own, I couldn't afford to.
Well, I think the thing about it is what you've done is you've done the structural work, putting a loo by the dining room, which is slightly eccentric, I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
I definitely would not go to that loo if I was sitting around the table with my friends.
Okay.
Oh, I'm just going to go a metre away and go to the loo while you're eating. And I do think 5 sofas in that area is overkill.
Oh, okay.
And then upstairs, again, I think it could feel a bit more young, because it's probably going to be a young couple who's going to buy this house. And at the moment, it just, again, it feels a bit old, a bit institutional, a little bit drab. Are you prepared to make some changes?
Yes.
Good. Don't look so nervous, Simone. Simone's renovated 3-bed house has been on the market for 6 months and hasn't received a single offer. She is desperate to move into a condo because her house is just too big and expensive for her to maintain on her own. And the longer it's on the market, the deeper she's dragged into debt. So I want to go and have a chat with Sonny, the real estate agent, and make sure he is doing everything in his power to get this house sold. Sonny, in that time, how many people have viewed the property?
Wow, Sophie, we've actually had over 100 viewings on this particular property, a lot more so than any of my other listings.
What is it about the decor that you don't like at the moment and you don't think is popular with the buyers?
Well, as far as flow of energy and the color tones and the patterns that have been selected, they really don't match. There's no symmetry there. The flow of energy is blocked by excessive amount of furniture being present in rooms.
Now, how have you communicated that to Simone?
It's kind of hard when you're calling the same person every week and saying the same thing over and over again.
There's not a lack of feedback. Maybe she just hasn't explored all the avenues. Is that right?
Correct.
So we're going to deal with the design side now, but what are you going to do from now? How are you going to market the house to them?
Well, we like to send out an abundance of email blasts to general public. We do post ourselves on several websites and portals that even the public like to view in order to find a home in the local area.
So will you take new photographs once the house is completed so you can put them on your internet site?
I can't wait.
Okay, very exciting. Simone hasn't listened to her agent's advice. To make her see some sense, I'm taking her to a comparable house that was snapped up in 5 days.
Okay. It's very country-esque. It's definitely not my style.
What I like here is it's a logical progression. You've got the sitting room, dining room, casual eating area, kitchen, and that's what buyers expect to see. Now, before you wrinkle your nose and go, it's not my style.
Yeah.
Do you know what I like most about this house? It feels cozy, and that is what is lacking in your home at the moment.
Okay, I'll say that I understand that, but again, this is just not my style, so I'm trying to get past that.
Let's go to the kitchen.
All right, off we go.
What do you think?
Definitely not my style. The green and the brown and the red. And the appliances are kind of old.
The appliances are a little dated and it's not high-end, but because it's all finished off, or all ties in, it looks warmer and more inviting than your kitchen.
I understand where you're coming from. I do kind of get the cozy feeling because it's the small kind of nook going on here. So, I get it.
Let's go upstairs.
Okay.
It might be not your taste, but it is clean. It is decluttered. It has matching linen and it looks good.
It's clean.
It's clean, it's finished, it's tidy.
There's no shoes.
There's no shoes running out of the cupboard. At the moment, your bedroom is unfinished, slightly untidy, and a bit granny-ish.
It's granny-ish?
You've got a paisley bedspread.
I happen to like that bedspread.
It does say granny, though. You've got quite dark furniture.
Yes.
Now, I know that people like this style because it's sold in 5 days.
Oh.
For 7% over the asking price.
That's fantastic. So this is what we'll be able to do with my house?
We are going to make it inviting and warm.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, come on then. Hallelujah. Now contractor Anthony Sayers can start on the desperately needed work. Anthony, will you tell Simone what we're going to get up to?
Okay, well, the first thing is we're gonna make the front room the living room, okay?
Okay.
But we need to create more usable wall space. So we'll do that by removing the closet door and making a new opening in the dining room here.
Okay.
Don't worry, we are qualified.
Professionals?
Professionals,
okay,
yeah.
Just make sure.
Okay, and then I'm also gonna do a built-in shelving unit in the alcove so that the whole wall will be flush.
Oh, okay, that sounds kind of cool.
Anthony, what are you going to do with those bar stools?
I'm gonna take the bar stools and I'm gonna cut the legs down so that they actually fit underneath the counter.
Great, that's good.
So I'm gonna add a backsplash to the entire wall and it'll just help highlight the countertop and your beautiful appliances.
Oh, that'd be great.
What we need to do to this house is give it better flow, make it look lived in, loved in, more modern, so it's going to appeal to a young, funky person like you. We need to get you to a condo. So are you prepared to roll up your sleeves and get the job finished off?
Yes, I'm ready. Let's get her done.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Most of Simone's clutter is actually shoes. Clearing away these distractions, no matter how large or small, gets potential buyers to focus on the prize.
It's gonna feel really weird to come into a home that's gonna feel completely different from what I'm used to. So it already kind of feels like a different place.
Simone is desperate to sell her house and begin a new life in a condo. So to kickstart interest in this property, I brought in the Unsellables team. Things are well underway, and as promised, Anthony is closing up the closet doorway in the living room. Aha, you've got started on the door.
Yeah.
Is it easy? Would I be able to do it?
Of course you can, it's fairly easy.
That must be so satisfying.
Yeah.
Okay, now what?
Next, we have to take the actual door jamb out.
Once that's done, we nail in the studs in the drywall. To finish, we sand and add paint, covering the evidence of what was there before. In the sunroom, the new paint is in the same tone as the rest of the open concept main floor.
This color choice, I never would have picked it, not in a million years, but now that it's on the wall, I'm kind of like, not so bad.
Anthony's working hard on those bar stools. I've been told to bring you this. What on earth does it do? It says it's made in England, though, so I know it must be vital.
Well, I need it's a miter box.
Yep.
Right? I'm gonna cut these bar stools down, the legs.
Because they're way too tall for the island. And so basically the mitre keeps the saw straight.
Yes, exactly.
Cool.
It's just like a guide, right?
Yep.
So we just do that.
Oh, fantastic. Let's hope buyers take to the new soft colour in the master bedroom as much as Simone has. Not one to shy away from lots of work, Anthony is now on the kitchen backsplash. Marking the wall ensures the tiles will be laid evenly.
I need some glue and a special trowel. Okay, so now I've laid out some glue. I can actually start sticking the tiles on.
Anthony's laying tiles from the center and working outward. You're guaranteed a tip-top professional look no matter who finishes the job.
Do you need any help there, or?
Actually, my arm is about to fall off, so you could take over for a little bit.
So I'm just doing like circles? Is that what I'm doing?
Wax on, wax off. No, you're just getting rid of the slightly wet grout on the outside. I think I need to join a gym. My arm's hurting after 12 minutes of sponging.
Yeah, you need to develop those muscles, girl.
I tell you what is the best for strengthening your arm muscles. Blow drying your hair.
Oh, really?
Yes. This show's not just about design tips, exercise tips as well.
Now that the large renos have been tackled, we're converting Simone's dining area into a clearly defined living space that appeals to buyers the moment they walk in. And in what used to be the living room, we're making room for a dining area and putting the closet door discreetly under the stairs. We're moving the island in the kitchen to create a casual eating area.
Go.
Oh, gosh, it is heavy.
It's on my toe.
Oh my God! Don't do that.
Upstairs, the improvements to the master bedroom are shaping up without breaking the bank. Replacing the linen with a more modern design lifts this room out of the doldrums. The second bedroom is a blank canvas, so all we're adding in here are fresh linens with matching wall hangings. Buyers will be drawn into the room by the bold designs on the bed. Several last-minute details will have Simone's house looking like the haven young professionals are looking for.
First impressions can really make or break a sale. You want potential buyers to be getting excited as they're walking up to the house, and that means the porch has to be clean and clear of debris. So I've put some flowers up and I'm giving this just a lick of paint, and soon it'll be looking very smart.
Buyers will be looking at every detail, so don't leave any unfinished areas. Even a bottle of wine on a shelf is a simple but elegant touch. Setting the mood is so important. A display of candles has dramatic impact, and the light is not only warm and soothing, it's also the most flattering. This house is going through an enormous change, but will buyers respond to the new look? It is amazing what we've achieved in this house with such a tiny budget. Simone's renovations added value, but then the money ran out and she was left with nothing for the decor. We've picked through her eclectic donated furniture, redistributed it through the house with dramatic effects. This home is now spacious and bright, and I think pretty soon Simone should be condo bound. The minute you walked into Simone's house, buyers were greeted with a front room that had a case of mistaken identity. But now it's gone from granny to gorgeous. We've repositioned 2 of Simone's own sofas to create a modern seating area. Covering over the door to the closet has created more wall space. Topped off with new paint, throw cushions and curtains, this room makes a great first impression. Further into the house, the sitting room was chock full of sofas. We've now made a proper dining area, again simply by moving Simone's own furniture around. The kitchen table is now the focal point. We've put the closet door in here and built some freestanding shelves. The new paint, light fixture and draperies make this room pop. Simone's kitchen was old and institutional, but we've moved the island in here to add counter space and a place to grab a bite. We spent just $94 on the kitchen backsplash and framed some inexpensive fabric to add colour to the walls. In the sunroom, we've slip-covered a few dining room chairs and added some cushions. The master bedroom was quite the turn-off. Even Simone's shoes were trying to run away. So, replacing the mattress with a proper bed, as well as 21st century linens and furnishings, helps buyers imagine themselves sleeping here. Full-length drapes, art and soothing new colours on the walls breathe life into this room. It now gives off a sophisticated ambiance potential buyers want. The second bedroom was an empty box. Not anymore. The daybed has new linens and throw pillows with my favourite poppy red designs. The use of space when preparing your home is key to making a deal. At a total cost of just $4,023, we've proven that a relatively small investment up front can potentially have a huge payoff later on.
If you've got an open concept house, make sure your furniture matches. A ragtag collection of old and new pieces is not pleasing to the eye. Buyers need to be able to see that their furniture is going to fit in your home, so the flow of a room is really important. The awkward placement of doors or too much furniture can be a real turn-off. Decluttering should not leave your house looking like a boring white box. Personal effects add interest, make your house look lived in, and mean it's more memorable to potential buyers.
What will Simone think?
Oh my gosh. Holy cannoli! I feel like I'm looking at a place out of a magazine. I think I have an amazing chance of selling this place finally. And anybody who wouldn't want to buy this house is insane.
Simone is convinced, but what about potential buyers?
Come on in.
Thank you.
Well, this is the sitting room, as you can see.
What a change.
You've been here before.
We have.
What were your first impressions last time?
I think we were a little disappointed. Today, I would say that it is a lot of what we had expected before and then some.
Come on through to the kitchen.
I don't even know how to describe the changes, but I have to tell you, this is pretty impressive.
Come on in. What are your first impressions?
Having a 2.5-year-old, I love this open concept.
Yeah.
It is just a great idea to be able to be in the kitchen and see them.
Yeah. Come on through to the kitchen.
The beautiful kitchen.
Wow.
This is the master bedroom.
Oh, wow.
Closet doors.
Yeah. We have salvaged the majority of Simone's furniture, and we've made the most of every inch of this house. The result, it's light, it's modern, and most importantly, it's move-in ready. This is exactly the turnaround this house needed to become sellable.
Less than a week later, Simone sold her house for a whopping $20,000 above asking price. We've turned this house from unsellable to sold.
Candace and Fulton's home is so full of junk.
This mess has put a strain on our marriage.
If you haven't used it in the last 6 months, it goes. Just accumulated junk. Selling your home is a tricky business. On the one hand, you want to get it over and done with as soon as possible. You don't want to invest time and money in a property you're going to unload. But on the other hand, your house has to be looking at its best to sell. My job is to give advice on how to turn unsellable houses into unstoppable sellers. They're newlyweds, they want to start a family, so they need a bigger house, and I'm here to turn their dream into a reality.
I've been a bachelor for, I guess, 8 years, and I've owned the house for 9.
After I got married, I moved into Fulton's house with my own personal belongings. However, it turns out to be a disaster. Fulton has sentimental attachment to many, many belongings in the house.
Yes, I admit I am a pack rat.
This mess has put a strain on our marriage. We have no space for my stuff.
So we're thinking that by moving and starting fresh again, that might give us a clean canvas to begin our lives together.
We really need a fresh start.
From the outside, this looks like a really great starter home, but they haven't received a single offer, and I need to find out why. You have got
to be kidding me. I have never, in all my days, seen this much junk. And this is supposed to be a first impression? If I was a buyer, I'd be running out that door. I'm not surprised it doesn't get any better. It's a shame, because you've got nice sofa, nice chairs, open plan concept. Do I see any of that? Nope. You got a baseball, you got a volleyball, you got flags, you got another Chinese hat. Now, what is this? Is it a pillow? Is it... I mean, I have no idea. And even if it is a pillowcase, it's way too big for the chair. Just accumulated junk. Why have they got an office chair right up against their dining room? They have their artificial Christmas tree still on display. I mean, look, her shoes are under the drinks cabinet. This is a real turn-off. This is not a bad kitchen. There's a lot of storage space, there's a lot of prep space. It's a really nice size, but they are doing their level best to disguise the fact. Look at the ceiling. The paint is peeling off. Now that's going to make a lot of buyers think there's a damp problem. What is in here? Why do you need a bag full of restaurant napkins? This is a jar full of broken bits of candle. That's not normal. This whole floor could be great. You've got a nice big sitting room dining leading onto a big kitchen. But instead, it's a complete mess. There's a hole in the door. It's missing a handle. The door jamb has been pulled off. That is not a good first impression. The foot of the bed's come off and is being used as a clothes horse. There's all these cables coming down from the television. Messy, chaotic master bedrooms do not sell houses. Buyers should be leaving with a sense of the house's space and potential, but with the junk floor to ceiling, they can't see the wood from the trees, and it makes this house completely and utterly unsellable. Candice Fulton, you have semi-detached. Fulton Candice, you cannot sell a house in this state. You do realise that, don't you? Now, Candice, you must really be in love to be able to coexist in this space.
It's been hard living here. I've been trying to make space for myself, and I'm doing constant decluttering.
Sunroom? It's not a sunroom. The windows are blocked with junk.
I don't know what to say, Sophie. 9 years of living in the same place. I've just collected a lot of stuff.
I mean, just look at this table. What is this? And what, more importantly, what is it doing on your dining room table?
We've decluttered some. I think there was a lot more prior to this.
I understand this is sentimental, but you've got to get rid of it. So, sunroom. We're gonna just empty it out. We're gonna organize it. In here, I want to be able to see the floor. I want to place the furniture in a traditional way. Sitting room, dining room, and then in the kitchen, we're just gonna completely clear it out. Now, is that water damage?
I think it's just over time, the paint's come off, yeah.
We're gonna turn the master bedroom into a proper master bedroom. What happened to the bed? It's like you've pulled off the bottom of the bed so you can use it to hang your clothes. Buyers need to be able to see this house's size and potential. And for them to be able to do that, we'll need to do a ruthless declutter. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Good. High five. Candice and Fulton's two-storey brick home has good bones and it's in a fantastic neighbourhood, but it is so full of their junk that buyers can't see its true potential. It's not surprising they haven't got any offers because buyers literally can't see what they're buying. That's why I'm really intrigued to meet the real estate agent, because surely she's tried to show Candice and Fulton the light. Susan, have you told them that selling a house in that state with that amount of clutter is almost impossible?
Oh, absolutely. I sat down with them and I said, we have to get rid of this. You can't see anything. You need to call a junk company and you need to be ruthless. And Fulton would chuckle. He had a greater emotional attachment to everything than Candace did.
It must be incredibly frustrating for you. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's not great. When I came the first time and told them what they needed to do, and I got the nods, yes, we're gonna do that. And then I came back about 2 weeks later, and I looked and I went, so what have you done?
Now, have you had any feedback from potential buyers who have walked in the house?
Just that they can't really walk in the house.
So, once we've decluttered, sorted out the front of the house, made the master bedroom look like a master bedroom rather than a frat dorm at 489 in this neighbourhood, do you think we've got a good chance of a quick sale?
I certainly hope so. That's the objective.
What are your first reactions when you walk in?
Very clean. There's no clutter. It's clear.
It's empty.
Very nice.
It doesn't feel like anybody's living in this space.
It's not empty. What they've done is they've chosen things carefully. It's a beautiful room.
It's very calming.
Now come on through to the dining room. What are your feelings about this?
There's nothing on the dining table.
Exactly. When I walk into your dining room, I can't actually imagine eating on the dining room table because of the amount of clutter. I mean, do you have people around a lot in your house?
Not as much with all the clutter recently.
I think what they've done in this kitchen is really, really clever.
I noticed there's plenty of prep space. I could probably cook many meals here.
It's also really, really, really clean.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, come upstairs.
Wow.
Now, I really, really like this bedroom, and you know what? It made me feel happy as soon as I walked in. You know, you can see the details in this house. You're not looking at all the clutter. You don't feel hemmed in.
You can see the house. It feels really calming. Yeah.
It is hard to keep a house in this condition, but this is what you have to do if you want to sell. It's gonna involve some, you know, willpower and dedication, but it's worth it.
Absolutely.
Now, I know that this house was popular because it sold in 7 days for 10% over asking price.
Wow. Yeah, they deserve it.
Anthony, will you tell Candace and Fulton what you're going to do to get this house sold?
First things first, we need to address the sunroom. I think you need to create more storage space.
Definitely.
So if we just create some horizontal and vertical storage, that will tidy up the room and just keep it clean, right?
Sure. The main work here will be the decluttering, so buyers can see the true proportions of this house.
Next is the ceiling in the kitchen here. It looks like you mixed oil and latex together, so that's why it's bubbling like that. We just need to strip the paint and repaint it.
Okay.
Upstairs, the door frame and the door needs to be replaced.
Sure.
That's a quick fix, and it shouldn't actually be left like that.
Oh, I don't want to start. Come
I have
on.
so much to do.
Let's go.
Okay.
Are we good?
Think of me as quality control. If you haven't used it in the last 6 months, it goes.
All right.
It's simple and brutal.
This should have been done long time ago.
Fulton, if you put that deflated exercise ball in storage, I will lose my marbles completely. Give it here. Come on.
It's been tough, but it's a little liberating.
Like videotape from the 80s?
Garbage. Garbage. No, I think I feel better. I do feel better. Throw it out.
some of the feedback from buyers has been this step is bust. How are we going to fix it?
Well, it's a quick fix. So first we need to clean out whatever loose concrete and debris is in there. You just need to chip away at it. Right? And then just vacuum it out or sweep it out. Probably
not with a regular vacuum.
No.
With an industrial.
Yes.
I don't want someone ruining their brand new vacuum.
Yeah, the shop vac would be the best.
Okay, so you hoover it out with an industrial vacuum, then?
Then you mix up some concrete, and I've got the special adhesive. You can pour some of that bonding agent into this bucket, and then I'll just brush the area that we're gonna put the concrete.
Okay.
This will just help bond the new concrete to the old concrete. And then we're ready for concrete.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna take some of this. And then I will just use my trowel. Just kind of get it into those edges there. Okay?
Well, I might leave you to it then.
Okay. The sunroom is lacking in storage, so we need to create more storage for the actual room. So what I'm gonna do is build 3 separate cubby holes, and then I'll mirror the same thing underneath. 1, 2, 3. Once it's all built, we just prime it and paint it, and it'll be beautiful like the rest of this room. A project like this might be a little ambitious for a regular homeowner, so you might want to start with something more basic and work your way up to something like this, or hire a professional to do this.
I missed all the stuff coming down from the ceiling.
Yeah, you did.
I'm so happy, Anthony. Finally, there's room to breathe in this house.
Yes.
All that rubbish is gone.
Yeah, no, it's nice that it's all gone.
Oh, it's amazing. Now, how are we going to fix the ceiling, then?
Well, first, we just need to scrape off any loose paint. It was caused because of they mix oil and latex together, so that's what caused the bubble.
Right.
And then you can plaster it.
Yeah.
And then let it dry, and then sand it, and then paint the whole ceiling.
Is it going to dry in time? Because it's a bit damp now.
It should be done in like half an hour.
Anyway, I suppose if the ceiling is still wet during the open house, no one's going to knock into it and get paint on the back of there.
No, that'll be.
No one will know. Okay, brilliant. Well, I'll let you get to it.
Okay, excellent.
Easy peasy. Ta-da. And it's amazing, it looks so much fresher in here already. And now all the clutter's gone, you can actually see the kitchen cabinets and the storage. Clean windows, let more light in. And goodness knows this house needs it. So clean your windows. And if you can't do it yourself, hire someone else to. While we're on the topic of light, keep your rooms bright. Dimly lit can read as dingy, so make sure the lamps are all on. If you've got buyers coming round, open the windows and let the fresh air in. There is nothing worse than a smelly, stuffy house. Just doing a bit of weeding and getting the rubbish out the flower beds. After a massive decluttering job, the lovely features in this home are beautifully showcased.
Declutter, declutter, then declutter some more, because less is definitely more when you're trying to create an attractive environment for potential buyers. Tour your house, watching where your eyes go. Peeling paint, decrepit doors, crumbling stairs, all make your home feel shabbier than it needs to. So fix and replace deteriorating areas, because you don't want to ruin that impression. When you're selling your house, you have to look like you care about it. If buyers think you've just shoved a for sale sign in the front yard and you're not even trying to make your house look appealing, they will walk out the front door and never come back.
Oh my God, this is not the same sunroom.
Wow. See, this is our furniture, but they look so much better now.
It looks so good.
Okay, see, this is a dining table, Fulton. It should be like this. If I walk in, I would buy this place.
Oh my God, those cutters, all gone, Fulton. I love it.
Doors fixed.
The TV's gone. All those crazy cables are gone.
Wow.
It's romantic.
It's incredible.
This is how I always want a family and a home to look like.
I feel a little ashamed that she couldn't get a chance to enjoy it in the state that it's in.
So guys, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for something as a starter home.
Right. Well, as you can see, you come straight into the sunroom and there's a lot of storage there.
Yeah, that's really nice for the storage.
I think it's really nice, clean and cozy. Yeah. I think it's just perfect.
Perfect?
Yeah.
Can't do better than perfect.
Wow, this is really nice. I like. Nice and bright.
Yep.
I really like cooking, so this would be my space.
This is my space.
I like the layout of this house.
There's a big smile when you walked in.
Yeah, it's cozy.
It is cozy. So you'll be bringing your husband back and your daughter back.
I will.
Fantastic. This home now shows beautifully, and now the home can actually be seen for everything it has to offer. Emotions run high when you're selling, because you're not just letting go of a piece of property, but a piece of your own history. So you have to do everything in your power to make your home desirable to someone else, the buyer. Now, my mission is to give concrete skills to homeowners, to get them through the emotional minefield that is selling, and to turn their unsellable houses into really hot properties. It's listed at $649,000, which is on target, so this house should have been snapped up. But it's been on the market for 6 weeks. The homeowners, Laura and Errol, are beginning to feel crushed under the emotional weight of staying in their home. They need to move on, and they've asked me to show them how to get that fresh start.
We bought the house originally because it was in our price range, number one. Number two, we didn't really have to renovate anything at the time.
We were saying to each other, I can't believe these old houses are built amazing.
So
can't
soundproof,
even hear,
can't hear
there's
anything.
nothing.
Another family with 2 little kids moved in, and all of a sudden we heard screaming kids in the
Needless
morning.
to say, it's not so soundproof.
It's my ex-husband's cousins who have moved in next door. Very nice people, but wow, of all people to be my next door neighbors attached to me, it's just a little weird. Coming home here is just, it's just not the same. That's why it's time.
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 Certainly time now.
Definitely time.
So why have Laura and Errol not found a buyer? This is a great neighbourhood. I think I need to get inside and find out more. I swore I saw a stained glass window when I was walking up. There it is. Why would you box up a selling feature? It's very dark in here. They've got their television blocking all the light. Very dark furniture. And the only painting on the wall is a picture of a chocolate Labrador. Oh, I think those are ashes. And that could be a little awkward when it comes to talking to the homeowner. They've pushed their dining room table right up against the wall. It should be centred under this chandelier. If you've got a chandelier at this height and you've got people viewing, bam, headbutt it. And that's not the way to sell a house. From the dark into the light. It's very, very, very white in here. A little bit of colour in this kitchen, I think, would really lift it. But having said that, it's clean, it's got quite a lot of prep space. The thing I love about this kitchen, though, is the nice big windows, and they're not covered up. Definitely a doggy theme in this house. Yet again, they have covered up the windows with curtains and a bed. Weird 70s lights, and what is with this furniture? It's so brown. This room has so much potential, but it's such a disappointment. This house is too dark and it's too drab. The natural light can't get through the windows because they're obscured by heavy drapes. The furniture is too chunky and is too dark, and the colour scheme, every imaginable shade of brown. They've turned this house into a mausoleum, and believe me, no one is going to pay $649,000 to live in a tomb. That is why this house is unsellable. I love this house. I love the yard, I love the neighbourhood, and we're sitting out here because it's so nice and bright, because the inside of your house feels like a tomb. You block every window up with either a drape or a piece of furniture. Why? You're looking completely startled.
And there's kids sometimes playing in the street, so that's why that one's blocked.
But when you've got viewings, you want to let as much light into the house as possible. I got really excited when I was walking up to the front of the house. I saw the stained glass window. I was like, oh, some period details. You've blocked off the stained glass window with the cupboard.
That was actually done before we moved in.
OK, well then,
and
you are not to blame.
Thank you very much.
It's a shame about your sitting room. You've got this very, very dark furniture, and you're blocking the light through the windows. Having a sort of shrine to your beautiful chocolate lab is understandable, but it's not necessarily the best things to woo the buyers when they first walk in.
Since the dog passed away, we've kind of lost our enthusiasm in the house.
When you're asking the asking price that you are, everything's got to be top-notch. I think we could just brighten it up a bit, especially in the bedroom. That could be a really special master bedroom. But again, it's like, how many shades of brown are there?
I would agree with that.
So what I want to see is this house looking bright, inviting, cottage charm, and then it is going to wow the buyers.
I agree. Yeah.
But you need to be ready to put Kylie aside for the moment and move on so we can get you in a new house.
I think we're ready.
We're ready.
We're certainly ready.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
I'm excited.
We're excited too.
This neighbourhood is really popular, so Laura and Errol's 3-bedroom Edwardian semi should have been snapped up as soon as it came on the market, but 6 weeks and no offers? I want to speak to Stephen, the real estate agent, and ask him why he thinks this house isn't selling. Stephen, how does that work, being in a professional relationship?
It's hard because they don't always listen to me, and that's why we're having a problem selling it now.
What advice did you give?
To lighten it up, because the furniture is very 80s, dark, heavy, brown, cave-like furniture. They left it the way it was.
What has the feedback from potential buyers been?
Great house, great location, but too dark.
Did you give that information to Laura and Errol?
I did. but she doesn't listen.
I don't understand really why they haven't done anything about it. I think it might be because they're slightly depressed after the death of their dog.
I told her if she opened the drapes, she'd feel better.
What have you done to market this house?
We've had a couple of open houses. I've had 5 or 6 couples through also to look at the house. I haven't had my agent's open house lunch yet because she wouldn't allow me to.
Whoa, hold on. You can't have the agents round for lunch because Laura won't allow you?
She wanted me to respect her privacy, but that doesn't sell a house.
You can't sell a house by hiding it, you know. Right. Now the asking price, 649, realistic?
It's right on the ball.
If we get the condition up to scratch and the price is right, do you think we'll have a quick sale?
Definitely.
What immediately strikes you about this room?
I like the brick, the exposed brick.
You like the brown, the only piece of brown in the house, and you go for it. Other than the brown wall.
It's very bright.
It's bright and the furniture is placed artistically.
But there's nothing on the walls, like the walls are kind of plain. And there's no window coverings.
They don't really need window coverings, because if you look, there ain't no one to look at you.
That's true.
Look at that light coming through. You can see the trees outside. What have we learned from this room, folks?
Keep the windows exposed.
Yes.
Oh, this is really nice kitchen.
Your kitchen is fantastic. It just needs one more little push to increase the interest.
Yeah, our kitchen is very stark.
Just that addition of the sparkling backsplash and this kind of almost washed down pistachio colour adds a tiny bit of warmth and interest.
And it's bright.
Yeah.
Our kitchen's bright too, though.
Yeah.
No tomb in the kitchen.
No, definitely no tomb in the kitchen. Do you want to come have a look at the bedroom?
Sure.
Brilliant.
Oh, this is nice.
This is very cool.
What do you immediately notice again when you walk in here?
Very bright.
Very bright.
All the design elements tie in here. Dark doesn't sell, bright does. This house sold in 15 days for 99% of the asking price.
Wow.
Wow.
So just by opening the curtains in your house, by toning down the dark, heavy furniture, and by painting it bright colours, you will instantly have a much more sellable home.
Yeah, I get that.
So now you really, really understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
We need to lighten up.
I've been bullying Errol and Laura about how dark this house is and how we've got to brighten it up. How are we going to go about that?
We're going to remove the mirrored doors in the front foyer, open it up, and we'll build a bench with some storage and some coat hooks for jackets and stuff like that.
What we want to do is see that beautiful stained glass window, which buyers will be looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, it's a great feature. You might as well show it off. Upstairs in the master bedroom, you have a very old track lighting. We'll update it with some modern halogens.
I agree with that.
We're gonna paint out the whole entire front porch and pretty much the whole main floor of the house.
We need to maximize the space and the light in this house, and that will involve changing the window treatments, changing up some of the furniture, using a bright, light-coloured paint.
Okay.
But we do need your help, so maybe we can get to the demolition.
You trust his handiwork?
He's gonna be supervised, so it's gonna be all good.
Wow, yours is so nice and neat.
Let there be light.
Ta-da! That's a big difference, actually.
That's Kylie in a box. 3 months has passed since, Kylie has left us, so coming into the house was very gloomy. Having her right here every time we walked into the house, it was a reminder every day, so it's good that we're moving her.
What's with the tape? Are we expecting a hurricane or something?
Well, no. The tape is just in case I lift the mirror off and the mirror breaks. It'll help keep the pieces intact.
You do know if you break a mirror, it's 7 years bad luck.
I gotta lift it there. It'll just come out of the track.
And you just unscrew the track?
And then you just unscrew the top track and the bottom track after, and that's it.
What are we doing with the flooring? It's definitely different.
It is different. By the time I build the bench, I'll build the bench out to where the track is now so that we'll cover the floor and it won't be an issue.
Fantastic.
Let the light through.
Let the light through. People, let the light through. Well, I'll leave you to it then.
Okay.
I hope you've switched the electricity off. I don't want to have to peel you off the floor.
Yes, it's off. I wouldn't be touching the wires otherwise.
Now, there are quite a few wires there. How do you know which wire goes with which wire?
Well, usually you would just connect white to white, which is neutral to neutral.
Yeah.
Black is hot, black to black. And then ground to ground is green, usually.
Those are a vast improvement on these.
Yeah.
Speakerphones or something. Anthony, when are you finished? So once we've done this, and I finished reading my interesting magazine about the rich and famous, what have we got to do next?
Just some painting downstairs.
Carry on, Anthony.
Oh, thank you. It's so hot up here.
Well, it's nice and cool down here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying that.
I am. Now, are you going to be very well behaved with your delightful real estate agent, Stephen, and let him do an agent's lunch here?
Yes, of course. I love Stephen.
Good, because he said you were resistant to the idea.
Oh, I see. Stephen spilled the beans on me, didn't he?
Stephen has so spilled the beans.
Oh, terrible. Yes, he can do that.
What I want to do is I want to take it apart, but I want to keep as many pieces intact. I'm going to take the lid up, and I'm just going to unscrew the hinges from the actual frame. And then after that, I'm going to take the doors off, and then the rest of the structure should just unscrew, and we can transport it to the backyard. Awesome job.
All right, great. Thanks for your help.
These oil diffusers are a great alternative to the chemical sprays and plug-ins. They last forever, they cost next to nothing, and they smell really great. Pretty view, comfy chair, good book. This is the perfect place for a reading nook. Fresh flowers are great, but they're expensive and they don't last forever. Artificial ones can look fake, but if you combine artificial flowers and real foliage, you've got yourself an authentic looking bouquet. Just remember to add water. It is hard to believe we're in the same house. It's a transformation that should bring the target market of young families and couples in droves and give Laura and Errol their fresh start.
Open the blinds, draw the curtains, and let the light in. It will make your house feel bigger, warmer, and believe me, buyers do not want to live in a bunker. If you're selling a period property, highlight the architectural details. Don't hide the stained glass window or box in the fireplace, because it's more than likely these details that will sell your house. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Listen to your real estate agent, because they're the expert. Disregarding their advice could cost you the sale.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That piece.
That's from out here.
That's right.
Oh, that looks really good there.
Look at the light.
Yeah, that looks stunning.
Nice color.
Change from the white.
Wow.
Wow.
This is really nice. We gotta find a house.
We gotta find a house.
Because this is going to sell now.
Someone else is gonna love this. How can they not? I love it.
Can we soundproof these walls?
I really like how it's all open.
This is a fantastic house for entertaining.
Oh, wow. It's beautiful. So far, how many houses of the houses you've seen are possibilities?
There was one, but I like this one better.
You like this one better? That's really exciting.
That was beautiful.
I mean, what kind of house are you looking for? Do you like the period houses?
I like a house with character, and this seems to have it. This is very nice. Oh, this is cute.
It is.
It's a nice size. Oh, wow, look at this.
You got this beam.
Oh, this is beautiful. I think that's so cute. There's so much character for such an old home.
So would you consider coming back for a second viewing?
Definitely.
Never underestimate the power of emotion when you're selling your house. Buyers are looking for a fresh start, so your house has to offer them that new and bright future. Now, Laura and Errol's dark and dreary house is this bright and airy cottage, and I would love to see it sold. When selling your home, less is more. And that's why I tell sellers to declutter and to depersonalize. But you can take that too far. There's a fine line between a sleek and stylish home and an unloved and cold one. And that's the difference between an unsellable house and an unstoppable seller. Now, it's priced to sell at $385,900, yet the homeowner, Rob, hasn't received a single offer. So we got to get this house sold and him on the road.
And I thought to myself, I needed a place that was mine. Plus, I also needed a place for my daughter. I'm looking to finish my novel, and what I'd like to do is move down south to Florida and live in the Keys. My real estate agent, who is actually my ex-wife, came in here and had a good look at the house. And what she thought was that maybe just moving the furniture in the living room might be the best idea. I think she gave me good advice. When I had the open house, they weren't stunned. They didn't love the place. They didn't say, we want to be here. I'm prepared to do as much as I can to get this house ready for market. It's really important, and whatever it takes, I'll do.
From the outside, this looks like a great starter home, but it's attracted zero interest, so I need to get inside and find out why. Wow, this is totally uninspiring. It's like a dumping ground. You've got a bike, old towels, boxes of paper. The window, it's not flush to the wall. Wiring, this is not a good start, and this could be a really cute sunroom. This room is very odd. On one side, you've got these chairs. They're very, very big for the room. And then this side, you've got a sort of office feel going on. I wouldn't want to sit in this room. It's not very relaxing. And I wouldn't want to write in this room either. This room reminds me of a doctor's waiting room. Kind of lacks character and warmth. The walls are just plain white. And look, I'm looking onto a vinyl siding there. There's no curtains to distract you. It makes you feel a bit like you're in a trailer park. Old chewing gum. Nothing says buy me like old chewing gum. This is the most ginormous table. It is way too big for the room. This feels like a garden table. It should be under an awning in a sort of Italian villa. It does not fit in this kitchen. Again, a mix of styles. You've got the masculine appliances, and then we've got this sort of rustic 80s farmhouse kitchen, and then you've got the Italian. And look, we've even got a cherub. I can't work out who is winning the style wars at the moment, but it's not working. Neat and clean, just how I like it. This house is suffering from some kind of personality deficit disorder. It is bland, it is charmless. The sunroom is a dumping ground, the living room's a doctor's waiting room, and the kitchen doesn't know what it is. It's a bachelor pad at present. Women often make the decisions when it comes to buying, so this house needs an injection of feminine charm, and quick. Well, this house definitely has potential. But at the moment, it's wasted because I feel that, without being too rude, the house at the moment kind of lacks a warmth and a feminine touch. It feels quite cold and impersonal.
And I just simply have bought the wrong furniture. So you can't blame the house. It's my fault.
You take the sunroom, you walk in, and it's a bit of a junk room at the moment.
Right.
You know, you need to wow people from the start.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I mean, I've never thought of it as a sunroom. I thought of it as a place to put my bike. So there's a big difference.
The study, you know, home offices are a great selling feature. As you know, you yourself work from home, so do a lot of other people.
Yeah, that's the office. I love it. I feel comfortable. Sometimes I'm up early in the morning doing research and, of course, writing.
So I really like to tighten up that room, make it a proper functioning office, get rid of the oversized chairs, and again, give it a bit more warmth and character.
Sure.
Because just because something's functional doesn't mean it has to lack character. You know, you can have both functionality and character in a room. Now, this room here, Robert. Yeah. Do you actually use it much?
No, not at all. It's a bridge between the door and the kitchen.
It's cold, it's impersonal. Again, just we need some personality, Robert. We need to appeal to a broad range of people, and at a moment it's feeling very bachelor pad. Now the kitchen. It is really big. You've got two sources of light. It's bright. I don't think a table of this size is necessarily right for the room because it tends to make it smaller.
Right.
There's a bit of a mishmash of styles. Kitchens are one of the most important rooms when you're selling your house, and in this case, we really, really need to tie it up so, you know, you don't have this style wars going on at the moment.
You're right. I'd like everything to be swept in one kind of look and a uniform look, by all means.
Ultimately, I think this house needs an injection of charm and some femininity to get it sold. Are you ready for that?
Yes, I am. Of course, I want to make it happen.
Brilliant.
Rob and his daughter Sarah have been living in their house for 2 years since he split from his wife. He wants to move to Florida and sell up, but he can't because his house lacks charm and personality. But here is where it gets interesting. Rob's ex-wife is also his real estate agent. I want to know whether this is affecting the sale, so I'm going to go and ask. Marietta, I have to ask, most people struggle to be in the same room as their ex-husbands. But you're his real estate agent. How does that affect the usual agent-client relationship?
Well, it does affect it because when I tell him to do something, he doesn't do it. Probably as willingly as he would for an outside agent. So I have to twist his arm and say, listen to me, you've got to do this. You've got to remove some of those things.
Okay. What I noticed when I walked in the house, first of all, I walked into the sunroom and there was like loose wiring, there was holes in the wall, the window wasn't flush. Did you tell him, Robert, if you continue to show your house in this state, it's unlikely you're going to get a sale anytime soon?
Yes, but I think he was seeing dollar signs in front of his eyes and not paying attention to the state of the house.
Now, what has the feedback been?
The kitchen needed some work, and I don't think it's quite up to what people were expecting. They, you know, people like things done nicely and finished off. And while he has some nice appliances, the way the kitchen was situated, and there was a rather large table in the middle of it, it didn't give you the sense of the large country kitchen that it really was. And women look for kitchens because that's what they're interested in, right?
I told him that. It's the right price, it's the right location. We need to get the condition up to scratch.
Oh, I think it'll go. It's a great property, definitely. It just needs some work.
Come on in, Rob.
Thank you.
So, what are your initial gut reactions?
I like the open concept. I like the natural light that comes through the windows. It's very relaxing. It feels like home.
It does feel like home. It's quite feminine, it's warm, it's relaxing. But what I like about it is this is a sitting room you can actually imagine using, because yours is just a bridge, really, between your sitting room and your kitchen. So it's wasted space. And I think this is an easy-to-achieve look, and this is what we want in your house.
You're right, I agree.
Now, come into the kitchen.
Sure.
What do you think works well in this kitchen?
Well, everything is together in a small space, which is good.
No, it's so true.
Okay.
This is quite small, this kitchen, compared to your kitchen.
Right.
But everything ties in.
Yeah.
Now, if the big black fridge was on its own, it would kind of look out of place. But you see the way they've boxed it in?
Yeah.
That ties it to this side of the kitchen.
And the cupboards are the same.
The cupboards are the same, but also you get more storage space.
Yeah, it's true.
And that, my friend, is what we're doing in your kitchen.
Oh, wow.
Now, the other thing I like about this kitchen is the sunroom that goes off it. Everything is finished.
Yeah, it's true.
Look, the
Where's the
window
bike,
treatment.
though? Shouldn't there be a bike in the
The funny thing about
sunroom?
the bike is it's outside.
Oh, okay.
Yes, where bikes should go.
Right.
But you see, the window is flush to the wall. You've got a
Right.
few pieces of well-placed furniture.
Yeah.
You kind of imagine going in there and sitting down, having your morning cup of coffee,
Sure.
doing some research on your new bestseller. That's what I want buyers to feel when they walk into your sunroom. Rob, do you want to know how quickly this house sold?
Yeah, I do.
5 days.
Wow, it's crazy.
But the big news here is they got more than $50,000 over the asking price.
Wow.
Now, if we're going to get your house beautiful, we better get going. I was reading poor Robert the riot act earlier and saying how his house was a bit of a bachelor pad. So how are we going to get this house up to scratch?
Well, the first thing we need to do is just try to finish off all the unfinished items in the sunroom. The baseboard, the casing around the windows, and the doors.
They seem like small jobs, but unfinished DIY is a real turn-off for buyers, especially if it's in the first 50 seconds of walking into the house.
Okay, moving into the living room here, we're gonna paint out the room.
I really like the fact that this room is painted in a pale colour because that increases the sense of space, but just white sometimes can look quite stark, so some maybe warmer pastel colours.
Okay. Okay. Moving into the kitchen, we just need to build a shelving unit around the fridge.
We box up the fridge, that's the really modern bit of the kitchen, and everything will sort of tie in and it will look more cohesive.
Yes, sure.
Okay. We've got quite a lot of work to do before we get to that stage. So, shall we?
Yep. Yes.
You know, as I'm going from room to room, I see how things are taking shape, and it really is, it's dramatic. It's great.
You are making some fast progress.
Oh yeah, I just finished trying to build this box to cover the fridge.
So you're going to make it look like it matches the cabinets?
Yes.
And are you doing an island and a bonquette in the middle?
Yeah, the island's just gonna go right there. We removed the table already, so we'll just, as soon as I finish this, then we'll build the island, drop it in.
Now, can I do anything useful? Hold anything, stick anything, glue anything?
Maybe after this is dried and stuff, you can help fill the holes and...
I know when I'm not wanted, I'll leave you to it.
For now, you're not wanted.
Thank you. I'm just assembling these bar stools for the island cum dining area. And the best thing about them is they kind of match the appliances, the fridge and the oven. So hopefully we'll have ourselves a pretty attractive kitchen. Typical, I'm missing a screw.
What a difference, huh? This is unbelievable the way this looks now.
Right, there you go.
Okay.
What do you think about some of the new paint colours?
I thought they'd be more subdued, but I was wrong, and I love them. I think it really wakes the house up.
Tell you what it does do is it picks up the light really, really well.
That's exactly, yeah.
Quick and inexpensive way to bring these tiles back to life. I'm gonna use bleach. I'm gonna pour it on the grout lines, let it sit for about 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna use this brush and just scrub it, and it's gonna be like brand new. A couple things that you need to know about working with bleach. You gotta wear the proper safety gear, gloves, glasses. You don't wanna splash it onto your skin or into your eyes, and you wanna make sure that the room is properly ventilated. Look at that. Nice. It's like brand new.
Plants and flowers are a subtle yet surefire way of adding a bit of a feminine touch. Having a place to sit when you first walk into the house is a great way of creating a relaxed atmosphere, and that is the perfect way to warm buyers up to the charms of the house. Make sure your curtains and blinds are hung level. If they're all wonky, it just looks untidy. Rob's house is now ready for showing. By injecting some colour and personality into this place, we've turned it from drab to fab.
get potential buyers hooked, rooms must have some personality. Make sure they have attractive objects, colours and textures. Pay attention to detail. Leaving small jobs unfinished creates an impression that the house is in a state of disrepair, and that is a major turn-off to buyers. Make sure your furniture doesn't dominate the room. If it's oversized, it'll make the room look smaller, and that will not bring in the multiple offers you want. Wow.
Wow, this is wild, isn't it? Is that, you know what? I could actually see myself being very calm in here and spending a lot more time here. This rocks, huh?
So nice.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
When I moved in, the house is more like a place to lay my hat. Simple as that. But Sophie's and her team has taken it and turned it into a unique place to be. It's a great home now.
It's so nice now, and like I'm probably just gonna like cry when I leave. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Sophie. Nice to meet you.
Hi,
I'm Sophie. So, first things first, we've got the mud room.
Okay. Oh, it's so cute.
Excellent.
I love it.
That's handy in the winter, eh?
Yeah, I know. It's nothing worse than going straight into the sitting room and there being muddy boots around.
Absolutely.
It's so cute. Oh, this is cute.
Nice.
I love the island.
Oh yeah, you gotta have an island.
You have to have an island.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Come on through.
It's a cute little room. I need an office. And this would be nice because it's got nice light.
Well, this is very sweet. I love the color. It's nice and fresh.
Fantastic.
It's actually a color I'd use myself.
That's brilliant. It means you don't have to repaint when you move in.
That would be very nice. Oh, I really like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cozy, huh? It's got character.
So do you think this is in a state that you could just move right into?
Oh yeah, definitely. Cool. It's really cute.
So you're mentally moving in already?
Yeah.
With a bit of spit and polish and some careful rearranging of this great furniture, we've turned this from an unloved bachelor pad into a really warm and welcoming family home. And I think with its new magnetic drawer, we're going to have buyers lining up down the street. When selling your house, you want to ensure it stands out from the competition, but it can stand out a little too much if your own personal taste is all over it. Learning to let go of your own style and creating a dream home for someone else is one of the biggest lessons in real estate. My job is to give homeowners a leg up in getting their unsellable houses sold. At $439,000, this house is priced on target for a quick sale. It's got 3 bedrooms, landscape gardens, a family room, but it hasn't received a single offer, and that's why they've asked for my help to get this house sold. Michelle and her husband, Sean, have 2 boys, Justin and Owen, as well as 2 dogs, Bailey and Hunter. This was the first house they ever bought.
Got lots of friends on the street. A lot of people grew up together in the same thing, because it's a relatively new subdivision, so a lot of people moved in the same time we did as well.
9 years later, they want to go bigger and better. They bought a $530,000 home, but there's a catch. They have to sell this one first.
We didn't think it'd be an issue when we put the house up on the market.
They thought they were doing everything in their power to make their dreams come true.
Had the stager come through the house. We moved lots of pieces out of the house. We depersonalized the house.
The photographer came, and video came.
Their impatience could cost them if they end up paying for 2 mortgages.
There's nothing wrong with being like $1.1 million in debt.
$1.1 million in debt. That spells financial ruin if they don't sell this house.
That's the ultimate nightmare, sitting with 2 homes.
Michelle and Sean's home is in an award-winning waterfront community. Detached family homes here sell in about a week for well over $450,000. Michelle and Sean's is underpriced at $439,000. But with 4 open houses and 22 viewings, they haven't had 1 offer. So I want to find out what's holding this one up. Every garage door on the street is the same colour. Michelle and Sean's is electric blue.
How much is that going to cost the buyers to remedy?
The blue theme continues. I'm not a fan at all. No, no, no. First of all, I am not going to take these sandals off and walk barefoot across cold tiles. And B, buyers don't like being bossed around the moment they walk in the house. Blue to beige. Now this is better. A nice neutral colour. This makes the room feel much, much bigger. My only slight criticism, though, is they've gone a little too far on the monochrome theme. It's like beige, taupe. There are a lot of knickknacks in this room. You've got crystals, you've got a display doll, a hairy lamp, and back to the blue. That is a terrible place to put a hot tub. The garden is beautifully landscaped, but all you can see is the hot tub. They have been proved in poll after poll to be the least popular home renovation because they suck up money and they take a lot of time and energy to maintain. Have a great day. That's what people tell you in shops and you're like...
My heart sinks as I walk upstairs.
I think what they're trying to achieve in this room is a kind of cosy family sitting room upstairs, but it's dark and it doesn't match with the blue. Family, love, laugh.
These messages are too personal for most buyers' taste.
They're the first things that are going to go, followed by that ginormous television.
In the boys' room, buyers see yet more fixes.
This wallpaper is too much. It means this room can only be seen as a kid's room. Also, bunk beds. They take up a huge amount of room. Look, out there is a beautiful balcony, but you can't see it. Now that's a selling feature, so show it off. Back to the beige. And more of the messages. Believe, faith, laugh is a bit like being in a self-help book. This house should have been a runaway success because it's well priced, it's big, it's clean, it's well maintained, and it has a beautifully landscaped garden. But it hasn't sold.
The paint colours are completely manic, and at a $439,000 price tag, people shouldn't have to do any work.
And that's why I think this house is totally unsellable.
Michelle and Sean are in serious financial trouble if they don't sell their home before moving into the new one. They need to listen to my advice.
This is a great house. It's big, it's incredibly well maintained, you've got a fantastic garden, and the price is right. So it should have sold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, why hasn't it sold?
Yeah, we're both saying the same. We're both saying the same thing. Why hasn't it sold?
First things first is who chose the colours?
The blues are all mine.
The blues are all
yours. I like blue.
My problem with the very, very bright blue and the very, very dark brown is they're very intense colours and they're not for everyone.
It had been mentioned to us though with the colours through our real estate agent, and we had a stager come in.
Okay, so the stager and the real estate agent both said that's an awful lot of blue. Yes.
But Michelle and Sean chose not to take their advice.
They are professionals. They do this for a living. And although you like blue and it's your house, you're trying to sell it. So it really is immaterial what you like and what you don't like. And what you want to do when you're selling is you want to make your house appeal to the broadest range of people possible. Now, Owen's room, if you weren't selling your house, it would be the perfect little boy's room. But if you're putting a bunk bed in like that, with the bed coming out at a 90-degree angle, it makes the room look like a single. You've got a double room with a veranda. That screams very, very swanky second bedroom.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Selling is all about letting buyers know how great your house is. Show it off. Now, the messages in your house. The family, the love, the laughter, the aspire. It would be better not to have those messages.
It's just something we'd never even
occurred
to us.
Yeah, no, that actually definitely didn't occur to us.
So I think if we just take them out, it's safer, then no one can get offended. Okay, so are you ready to let go of your claim to this house and make a new push?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yes,
We're willing to do what we have to do to get this house to sell.
Michelle and Sean's three-bedroom house is situated in this award-winning lakefront community where houses usually sell within the week. This has been on the market almost 4 weeks, so I want to ask the real estate agent, Susan, why. So, Susan, how many viewers have you had through the door?
We've had 22 showings through agents, and we've had 4 open houses.
It's not being sold from lack of interest.
No, definitely not.
Why do you think it hasn't been snapped up?
The feedback I've been receiving is that it needed painting, but they had just painted all the rooms and touched them up, so I didn't want to have them go through the expense of painting it all over again. And so I said, you know, we'll try it and see what happens.
But your advice over the 4 weeks, when there wasn't a buyer, did you say maybe you should consider painting?
Yes, I've said all along, maybe we should neutralize the house.
But do you think you could have been more forceful, or?
I think as an agent doing my job, I should have maybe forced it a little bit more. Because buyers are looking for neutral colors. It doesn't cater to most buyers.
At 439, there's a certain standard in this neighbourhood that people are expecting to see. What are buyers around here looking for?
They want to be able to move in with their young children and not have to do much work.
So once we've repainted, decluttered a bit more, rearranged the furniture, basically presented this house to its best potential, do you think we'll find a buyer quite quickly?
Oh, I definitely think so.
So Susan didn't push enough, and Michelle and Sean didn't think her advice was worth taking. To make them see sense, I'm going to show them a house that sold on the very first day for just over asking. What do you notice about the front of the house?
There's no blue.
Exactly. It blends into the rest of the neighbourhood. It's clean, tidy.
And it totally blends in with the brick.
Exactly. Now come on inside. So what we have here is a family room. This is not a huge room, but this pale colour makes the room feel bigger. Now, can you imagine yourself sitting here?
Yeah, we can. It'd be an adjustment for us because everything in our house is much more colour.
A really, really dark colour like that dark brown makes the room feel much smaller.
So you're saying by changing our colour in our room upstairs,
it's going to make it look a lot bigger. Well, that was easier than I thought.
Very nice.
Very nice.
I can tell you like it.
It flows from the other room right into here, and it's very soft.
What do you not see when you look out the patio windows?
Our hot tub.
Exactly. You get to see the whole garden.
Yeah, there's no obstacles in its way. It's totally clear what's out there.
Good, I'm glad you agree. Anyway, I'm really excited about showing you upstairs, so follow me. You don't have to be a genius to work out that this is a little girl's room.
It's very open, it's very soft.
If you take away the crib and all the pink, you are not left with that quite thick wallpaper with all the animals. You wouldn't have to do any work to it. They're showing it at its best and it's move-in ready, and those are two things that, you know, buyers are looking for. Now, this house was incredibly successul. It sold in 1 day.
Wow.
The first day on the market for 101% of the asking price. So are you ready now to get back to your house and start toning down your crazy colours?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're ready to go.
If they don't want to be stuck paying for 2 homes, Michelle and Sean need to tone the colours down. Our contractor, Anthony Sayers, is here to help with the changes. Anthony, you must be really happy with this house. There's next to no construction. How are you going to while away the hours?
Well, there's lots to do still.
The blue.
We just need to blend in the front of the house with the rest of the neighborhood. And taking down the basketball net.
Upstairs in Owen's room. We want the room to look bigger and we want to be able to show off the lovely veranda.
We need to just remove the bunk bed and take down the wallpaper that's on the wall.
And obviously, we have discussed the paint colours. Yeah. They need to go.
Most of the time is going to be spent painting, right? So we're going to need all hands on deck. Put us to work.
Let's get to it then.
Yeah.
Go on.
Excellent.
Let's go.
Keep lifestyle messages out of sight until a deal is on the table. Placing a cabinet on an empty wall adds interest, but too many collectibles turns buyers off. If your house has a beautiful view, maximise it.
That's okay, that's good.
Time and money go to waste if buyers can't see your home's best asset.
1, 2, 3.
Bye-bye, hot tub.
If Michelle and Sean don't sell their home, they'll be living a nightmare paying 2 mortgages. To make their house sellable, we've got just 3 days until the open house. On a street where uniformity sells, an electric blue garage door does nothing to market the house. To regain buyers' interest, we're upping the curb appeal.
Oh, so close. OK, you can take it down.
Now
Hold on, one more time. Oh, never mind.
So close. Can I take it down now?
I suppose so. I know we want to appeal to families, but this just looked really old and...
Yeah, it's very tiresome, so I think it's time for it to go.
And once we've painted this, painted the white, it will look much better.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because it really sort of stuck out like a sore thumb.
And that one's easy.
I want this house to look the best on the street.
It will.
Perfect. OK, well, I'll leave you to it then.
Even though we're marketing this house as family-friendly, taking down the net says to buyers, you don't need to have kids to live here. The family room should appeal to a broader range of buyer. Adding a neutral colour highlights its potential and maximises the appeal as a cosy, bright space.
These gold strips are a little gaudy and they don't really go with the new look of the room, so I'm going to get rid of them. And what most people don't realise is they're only magnetic, so you can take them off like that. Now, you see these little strips here? Sometimes they're sort of stuck on, so you just need to get a tool and just give them a bit of a jimmy, and they come off. There we go. Look. Ta-da. Much better.
Painting over the garish blue will help this house sell. Michelle and Sean grudgingly agree.
We liked it.
Yes,
we were happy with it.
The colors chosen is actually the color we had when we moved into this house.
You're not going to believe it, but yes.
So we've gone full circles. Completely gone full circles.
Yes, it is. But the color still does say something about us. It's still got the blue in it.
That's what I say to very dark blue kitchens.
When selling a home, personal style is just that, too personal. Buyers run away from busy designs that need time and money to fix. Let Anthony do it instead.
There's all kinds of products out there for removing wallpaper, but all you really need is a putty knife, a sponge and some water, and this. It's a perforator. These blades make holes into the wallpaper. See all that? And then when you add water, it'll just penetrate the paper and the glue and help lift the paper off.
Ugh, no wonder buyers were turned off. Way too labour-intensive. But once the wallpaper's down, a nice clean paint will brighten this room. Downstairs, we're repurposing furniture in the family room, and the new fixtures will put the best light on the more neutral paint colours. With all the changes done, finishing touches give buyers that welcome home feeling.
You want new light fixtures, but you can't afford them. Easy. Just replace the lampshades. And you've got instant chic. Table runners are a great way of adding some style to the room, but you also get to admire the grain in the table. This used to be the dead space behind the television, and now it's a pocket office. Clever.
We've turned this house around, but will buyers go past the front door?
We've transformed the colour catastrophe that was Michelle and Sean's, and the new palette is spectacular. Now this house fits in seamlessly with the neighbourhood, but more importantly, with the expectations of the wave of potential buyers who are going to walk through the front door.
Uniformity is key when marketing your home. By toning down the electric blue garage and removing the unsightly basketball net, it now looks like a $439,000 house. In the hallway, the blue theme continued, so all it needed was a little neutralising. In the living room, the blandness didn't inspire buyers. We've covered the furniture with white linens, adding eye-catching pillows and complementary accessories. In the dining room, those collectibles equaled no offers. To get that updated look that buyers demand, new wall hangings and modern accessories do the trick. In the kitchen, the blue walls were too much for buyers. So we've given them exactly what they want: white, clean and bright. And the money pit of a hot tub, gone. Now buyers will get their money's worth. That view sells this house. That family room, such a missed opportunity. Using bright paints completely transforms it into a modern, upscale space. Complementary coverings mask the outdated furniture, and a handy office nook adds functionality. In Owen's room, the transformation is inspiring. No more jungle, no more bunk beds, no more block balcony. Bright new paint, a funky rug, cool accessories and modern lighting all help this room feel larger than it actually is. Marketing your house for sale isn't only about decor. It's also about successfully positioning your home on the market to make it competitive. At a total cost of $3,400, we've successfully toned down Michelle and Sean's personal taste. This house is now the head of the block. It does not make sense to impose your own personal style when you're selling your house, because you want a design choice that will appeal to the broadest range of people possible. Lose the cheery messages, the religious art and the personal mementos, because you're selling your house, not your lifestyle. Whether it's the oversized television or the giant hot tub, don't ignore the elephant in the room, get rid of it, because denial could cost you a sale. After neutralizing their space, will Michelle and Sean recognize their own home?
Holy moly.
Oh, wow. It looks amazing. Oh, look.
Look how different it is without the hot tub back there.
Funky. Oh.
Greens and whites and yellows.
Very nice. Beige. Wow, this is different. Holy smokes. Very nice.
It did give us the wow factor when we walked in, and that's like exactly what I'm sure other people will see is when they come in here, they'll get a wow factor.
Their house is more than ready for a sale, so bring on those buyers. Come on through to the sitting room.
Oh, wow. It's great. I like the way the furniture is placed.
This is nice.
It's very cozy. And it looks big at the same time.
Come on into the sitting room.
Oh, wow. It's a gorgeous color. I really like the coloring.
So what are you looking for?
We're first home buyers. Our family is out of town, so though it's just the two of us, we're looking for something like a 2-3 bedroom, enough space that people could come and visit.
So you're looking
lots
for
of space.
Come on through here, the kitchen.
Oh, you know what? This color is a lot nicer than the one before.
You've already seen it?
Yeah, we saw it and kind of walked into this and said, okay, so how much is paint gonna cost?
Absolutely.
Did you notice the garage door as well?
Yeah, we did. As soon as we pulled up.
And
also the basketball net was gone, and that, you know, for somebody looking for a house like us, we don't have children, so, you know, it's certainly not a selling feature for us. Oh my goodness. It looks so much bigger.
Yeah. It does.
So much bigger. Oh, it's so cute. This is beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
The $1 million question, will you be coming back for a third viewing?
Yeah, we'll bring his parents.
Oh, that's so exciting. This house now fits in harmoniously with the rest of the neighborhood and is primed and ready for a new set of homeowners.
And it's a good thing. Just 2 weeks after the Unsellables team left, Michelle and Sean sold their house for the full asking price. We've turned their home from unsellable to sold.
In today's complicated housing market, if your house is out of date, you might be out of luck. No one wants to live in a house that's stuck in the past. So sometimes I gotta play hardball with sellers, tell them to wake up and check the date. Modernise your house, stop living on memory lane, and get your home sold. This house is in a really attractive and upscale neighbourhood. It's got 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a finished basement. So that's why they've asked for my help, to get this house sold.
Really?
I thought it was.
I feel like I'm in jail in the winter, and I get very sad. For the last couple of years, it's been really bad.
The kids even notice it. Like, where's mommy in bed? Like during the winter.
In my head, I just keep on thinking, our new house in Florida. Our new house in Florida.
Everything down?
The real estate team is working as hard as they could. Open houses, brochures, it's on the MLS. It hasn't worked. It's been on the market for 6 weeks, but 6 weeks in this neighborhood is a long time.
I think the people who are looking at the house, I think they're doing it wrong.
They want to walk in and see it completely done. And we're saying, well, why can't you use your imagination?
Yes, I was surprised it didn't sell right away. I was thinking, oh, great, 2 weeks, we're out of here. That didn't happen.
From the outside, this looks like a charming bungalow in a great neighborhood. So why hasn't it sold? I can't wait to get inside and find out. Wow. Black and pink. I have never in all my days seen a pink television cabinet. Oh, and the carpet. It doesn't cost much to rip it up. Hardwood under carpet in living room, dining room, second bedroom and hallway. This with a kind of JPEG of a hardwood floor, it's not gonna do anything. I have to admit, I'm not really a fan of the glass dining room table and black shiny chair combo. But when you combine that with mirrored glass, faux stone, 80s side tables, it's almost like being in an 80s furniture museum. Look at this. It's analog. Oh. This black and pink 80s theme has to go. You know, it's not new by any stretch of the imagination, but it's clean, it's decluttered, it's not terrible. And back to the 80s. Vinyl storage unit. It is much too big for this room. We're in a little bungalow, blocking a window. Why? I was not expecting to see a fireplace in here. It's a bit of a shame this is a bedroom, actually. It would be a much better family room. An orange bathroom. I mean, really orange. Like being stuck in an orange juice carton. I have my work cut out for me in this house. For $549,000, buyers are going to expect more than an 80s flashback. The pink and black theme is hideous. The vinyl storage unit barely fits in the master bedroom. The basement's been taken over by teenagers, and the bathroom is tangerine. Unless we can bring it into the 21st century, it's going to remain unsellable. First things first, I love your house. With beautiful details like the Art Deco fireplace. Buyers love that. Now, the pink and the black is raw 80s.
It was a mistake. It just went up on the walls. I wanted to change it, and David didn't want to change it, and it's just here. We're just living with it.
A deal breaker for potential buyers. People don't like wall-to-wall carpets anymore, and they especially don't like old carpets, because so many kids these days have allergy problems.
This is something that you can do that's going to make a big impact. And I was surprised to see the signs because your real estate agent's job is to tell people.
She tried.
Yeah.
And then that didn't work.
Okay.
So
she thought
maybe the signs would work.
Right, well, we're not going to need the signs because we're going to rip out this old carpet, reveal the hardwood floors underneath. We need for buyers to see it with their own eyes.
100% right.
Now, the master bedroom. That ginormous, shiny vinyl unit.
Oh, that's like 22 years old.
It makes the room look smaller, it blocks out the natural light. And 2 windows is better than 1. From my experience in the property market, these things make a big difference.
Right.
Now, downstairs, I'd like to see that as a kind of downstairs family room.
It was at one point with this wall unit. And
That pink cabinet is going on the side of the road. And then in the bathroom, that orange is so 70s. What is going on with that?
I don't like dull colours, and I do.
I can see that.
I know.
The bottom line when you're selling is you need your house to appeal to the broadest range of people possible.
Right.
So what we need to do to this house is bring it kicking and screaming from the 80s into the 2000s. So are you on board with me?
We are ready!
The sale of David and Cherie's house would seem like a sure thing, but they haven't received a single offer. You'd think with not 1, but 2 real estate agents beating the bushes, they'd have got a deal done. I want to speak to this dynamic duo to see what they're up to. What would you say the target market for this area is?
Young families or empty nesters.
How do you specifically target the family market, Alana?
Our advertising, the flyers we sent out, and in fact, we've had a lot of people at our open houses looking for their children, so I think we achieved that.
What do you think the problems with the house are?
Most of our feedback is the house looks tired. The carpets, the wall color.
The price is $549. Do you think the fact that the house is tired should be reflected in the price?
I think it's priced well for the neighborhood. I think we may have listed it for a little bit more if the house was in a different shape.
Have you asked Cherie and David to take away the carpet and expose the hardwood floor?
I think we were really hoping that because the carpets were taken off in the master bedroom, like the floor was exposed, that would be enough for people to see the potential.
Over that wall is a subway and the expressway.
The sound barrier wall has been unbelievable. Purposely, every time we do an open house, we keep the back windows open and we tell people, go and listen.
How do you underplay the problem?
There's always some good in everything. If you can hear the subway, you can also walk to the subway. We have ferocious winters. If you don't want to drive, and if you're close enough to hear the subway, you're close enough to walk, even on the coldest winter day. You're close to shops. The roads are nearby.
There's a silver lining in every cloud.
Absolutely.
If we rip up the carpets, expose the hardwood floor, change the crazy pink and the tangerine orange, basically give this house some wow factor, do you think it will sell?
I have every reason to believe that it has a great chance of selling.
Come on in, guys. And what's the first thing you notice when you walk in the room?
The fireplace.
If you've got a really lovely focal point, like a fireplace, you want to show it off. Do you like the hardwood floors here?
Yeah. It makes everything look opened.
What do you notice about the colour?
It's fresh and
it's not pink.
It's not 80s. It looks, you know, modern and fresh. You don't want to impose your own personal taste on your house when you're selling.
I see where you're going.
This is exactly the same size as your bedroom, pretty much. It looks considerably bigger.
Not as cluttered as ours.
Yeah.
And that's because you don't have this huge white storage unit. It makes the room feel half the size. Right. It blocks out the window. We need to get rid of it.
Right.
And what do you think about the colour?
It's neutral. It's it will go with anything.
Exactly. And a lot of buyers don't want to do any work. So if your house is move-in ready, modern, sleek, it's going to be a winner. I know that this house was popular with buyers because it sold for 92% of the asking price. So your house, once you take up the carpet, paint the walls, taking away the 80s theme to it. It's going to look big, it's going to look bright, and it's going to immediately wow the buyers. So are you ready to go back to your house and tackle those issues now?
Let's go for it.
Let's do it.
Buyers don't like wall-to-wall carpet, they like hardwood floors. You've got to give buyers what they want. It's as simple as that.
This carpet needs to go. And once the carpet is up, we'll fix the transition between the baseboard and the floor with just some quarter round.
I personally love the 1930s radiators, but it's all about what the buyers want. Some people prefer a more finished look, so we're going to give it to them.
I think that rad covers are going to give this house a new look. I want to disassemble the wall unit in the bedroom. In the basement.
It's not really a bedroom because it's got a ginormous fireplace in. It's not really a family room. It's crucial when you're selling your house that every room has a clear function so buyers cannot be confused.
I want to do a built-in entertainment unit.
Wow.
That will help define the room.
And then the orange bathroom.
Yes, we need to neutralize the colors.
They're too garish. They're going to put some people off.
Right.
Now, are we ready to do that?
We are ready.
Come on, then.
Thank you. So much stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Now we know why the mirror's there. We were like pack rats. You feel lighter. It's a bright day today.
This is a very simple project, but it will help modernize the look of the room. This is just called screening panel. This is something that you would have to special order from your local building stores. And I attach the screening to the back of this facing, nail everything together, and it's beautiful.
I think a lot of buyers would be intimidated by this carpet and they wouldn't know how to rip it up. Is it difficult?
No, it's not. It's fairly easy. First, do a spot check.
To see if the hardwood floor is in good condition.
Lift the carpet.
So there it is.
There's hardwood.
It is in quite good shape, actually. There's a bit of paint on it, but that's easy to get rid of. When you pull it up, presumably there's lots of holes in the hardwood floor. What do you do with them?
The quarter round will close the transition between the hardwood and the baseboard.
Yeah.
You won't see the holes because the quarter round will hide it.
Okay, well, I'll leave you to it. I've been banished outside to paint the quarter round. We need to paint it this cream colour so it matches the existing trim. Then all we have to do is nail it in place and the buyers will see all that great hardwood instead of the manky grey carpet. You're painting?
Yes, I am.
What do you think of the grey?
It's covering the pink.
You wouldn't mind. It could be any colour as long as it's covering the pink. So it's all about bringing different colour elements together so everything looks tied in.
Yep.
Well, anyway, carry on painting.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, this is the focal point of our new wow factor family rooms. All we did is got a ceramic tile that you put in a bathroom or a kitchen, add a few fairy lights, voila, it looks much neater. Someone put a white switch plate on a cream dimmer switch. It just doesn't look very nice, so I'm gonna replace it. Put that there. Easy peasy. You don't always have to place your furniture parallel or pushed up against walls. If you angle the furniture just a bit, it helps draw people's eyes to the focal points in the room. David and Cherie's house is now ready for sale. We've taken it from an 80s time capsule and turned it into a chic and sophisticated modern home. Let's just hope the buyers love it as much as I do. It is crucial to know what's important to your target buyer. In this high-end market, people expect to see hardwood floor. Carpet is generally a turn-off, so if in doubt, rip it out. If your house is a bit of a throwback, you have to do something about it. A good general rule is you should do a renovation every 5 years, and painting is the easiest and most cost-effective way of updating the interior of your home. I have seen time and time again rooms that need to be repurposed. If you've got a shower that's become a storage unit or a family room that's become a bedroom, it's time to do a shuffle round before the for sale sign goes up.
Wow! Oh my God, what an amazing improvement. Oh my God, it's fit for a queen.
It's wallpaper.
It's wallpaper.
Oh my gosh, that's
It's
amazing.
amazing. I love this part.
No wall unit?
I think we should just stay.
Yeah, awesome.
Where's the orange?
The color is incredible. What colors are on this wall? I think I'm gonna take those numbers down. Guys, what do you think?
Nice.
Nice? It's beautiful.
This looks great.
Oh my God, this is absolutely outrageous. Oh my God, I won't be able to get you guys out of here if we
Still want to move.
1, 2, 3, 4 different...
We are going to Florida. Changes look great, but you know what? The changes will look great for the new buyer. Anyone who walks in here has to love this. It looks like a brand new house.
What are you looking for? Tell me your story.
2-bedroom or 3-bedroom home that's modern. I like the colors.
Yeah, the colour is very smart, and also you've got the hardwood floors.
Oh, I'm a hardwood floor man. Oh.
Pretty sophisticated.
And the headboard. Actually, that's beautiful.
Now, have you seen any properties yet?
Just a couple.
Just a couple.
Not as nice as this.
Oh, it's so pretty, the bathroom. I love it.
Yeah, the color is so soothing when you come in.
Think how many friends you could fit in here.
Would you like it, Jess?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the whole house?
Well, for just the two of us, I think it's the ideal size.
So you like the style? It's something you might consider coming back and having another look at?
Yeah, definitely.
Mission accomplished. We have fast-forwarded this house into the new millennium, and now all we need is a buyer to come along and sign on the dotted line.
When you're selling your house, it can be really hard to know which home improvements are going to give you the best return on your investment. My job is to give guidance to homeowners to turn their unsellable houses into surefire sellers. At $279,000, this modest home in a family-friendly neighbourhood has 2 bedrooms, a separate dining room, a garage in the back, and is 960 square feet. It's been on the market for 6 weeks, and there hasn't been a single bite. That is why I'm here to convert this unsellable house from sad to sold. Gail works in marketing and event management, feisty and independent. She raises her 2 daughters, Chanel 19 and Tyra 15, on her own. They've been loving their home for more than 5 years.
Up or down?
Getting this home was like a milestone in my life. It was my first home. The kids and I were on our own. This was the perfect size for us at the time.
But the house doesn't suit their needs anymore.
I'm in the basement alone. I feel like I'm part of the family if I was upstairs with them. This house is very small, and I need more space to move around.
I'm looking for a more modern home, something with a lot more space.
2 months ago, Gail took matters into her own hands.
I can sell it on my own. I don't need to bring in an agent. So I created my own listing. I did a mass email to a lot of people that I know. I also put it on an internal bulletin at my job, as well as on the internet.
But her plan backfired.
I didn't get a lot of interest. It was a disaster. After about 6 weeks of selling it on my own, I went and got a professional.
So for Gail, it's now or never.
In order for the kids and I to move forward, this house has to sell.
Gail's semi-detached house is one of many similar homes in this up-and-coming hotspot 20 minutes west of the city centre. Houses like hers sell in 15 days for around $300,000. And even though Gail listed her house at $279,000, with 4 open houses and 10 showings, she's had no offers. Competition for affordable homes like Gail's is fierce, so why has it been on the market for 6 weeks? I'm gonna go and find out. Look, one good tug and I could literally rip this off. The paint is all peeling. There's a disassembled table over there. This porch is hazardous, unsightly. And with this porch in this condition, there's no way Gail could talk any buyer into a sale. Dining room with quite a lot of eclectic furniture. It's like someone sort of half-heartedly tried to make this house ready for sale. Peeling 80s peach wallpaper and a manky old carpet runner. I never understand why people put their largest pieces of furniture blocking the doorway, because it makes the room feel smaller because you've got to manoeuvre around. And they couldn't even put their blinds straight. Oh, I was expecting a terrible kitchen. Moving on through. This is unacceptable. You cannot sell a house with a back porch in this condition. I dread to think what's upstairs. This might be one of the worst paint jobs I've ever seen. I find it hard to believe that anyone thinks that you can show a house in this state and expect it to sell. No wonder Gail is feeling overwhelmed. Any buyer walking in off the street would feel exactly the same. First, Gail thought she could sell her house without an agent. Second, because of its condition, buyers perceive her home as structurally unsound. And finally, people aren't willing to pay $279,000 and then spend even more money getting the house to the standard it should be. And that, my friends, is what is stopping this house from getting sold. If Gail wants to move, she needs to listen to what I have to say. Gail, this house obviously holds good memories for you. It's your first house.
Yes.
Where you brought up your 2 girls.
Yeah.
When you first put your house on the market, you didn't put it on with a real estate agent. Why was that?
Well, I was thinking with my marketing and promotion background that I can use the same skills to market and promote the house.
Yeah.
I realize now that it's much more than an agent does and what I was trying to do, and I appreciate what they do.
A lot of people make up their minds about whether they want to buy a house in 60 seconds.
Right.
Now, they're going to spend at least 60 seconds on the porch checking out all the damage.
I was thinking that it was outside and it didn't really matter.
Curb appeal is very important. You look at 25 houses, you might drive past a few of them.
Right.
And if they don't look great from the outside, you might not even bother to go in the first place.
Okay.
The wallpaper in the hallway is literally coming off the walls. Now, you want buyers to think that the house is in tip-top condition, not just decorative-wise, but structurally as well.
I bought it the way it was, so I figured someone else could see the beauty in the house.
Now, the living room. The sofa you're sitting on is quite large.
Right.
And it's right in front of the doorway. I know. Much too big for the room.
We've been here for so long, we kind of got used to everything, and then in our minds, everything looks great.
Your bedroom. Would you say painting was your forte?
No. I thought it was, but it's not.
The problem when you choose a very, very strong colour is some people are going to like it, some people aren't. And the thing when you're selling your house is you don't want to alienate people. You want everyone to like it.
Right.
So are you ready to help me get this house sold?
Yep, I'm ready because we're ready to sell and we're ready to move on.
This pocket of affordable homes in a close-knit uptown community is a golden ticket to first-time buyers. Gail's house has been on the market for 6 weeks. Initially, she went down the private sales route, but with little success, so she decided to employ a real estate agent. And I'm going to go and have a word with the agent, Deb, to see what she's doing to get this house sold. Debs, now Gail decided to sell her house privately. What would you say the pitfalls of choosing that route are?
First and foremost, she doesn't have access to MLS, which, of course, is accessible by over 25,000 agents. And along with that comes legal elements. So I think that when people try to sell their homes privately, they might become targets for somebody that might not have the purest thoughts. You know, this is where mortgage fraud and real estate fraud might enter into it.
How would you differentiate yourself from another real estate agent? What do you think you bring to the table?
Understanding the marketplace, what's happening in the particular area. So you're in a position to really be able to sell the house from the perspective not only of the seller, but of the buyer that might be looking to move in.
What advice did you give to Gail?
It's got to be extremely clean. People can be very forgiving of houses that don't meet their standard of decor and design, provided the house is sparkling.
What have you done to market the property so far?
There'll be an agent open house. There'll be weekend open houses. I have a database of over 1,000 people that I send out a print piece to. I also get on the phone and I call a lot of the local offices, make them aware that I'm sending through something to them to create an awareness at their office meetings.
First-time buyer coming through the house and they see the peeling paint, they see the slightly unstable porch. How do you turn the situation around?
If you say to them walking in the door, ignore the decor. Put your own stamp on this, but consider the fact that it's priced to sell.
Once we have sorted out the exterior, given it a fresh coat of paint, modernised the sitting room, the dining room and the master bedroom, are you confident that this is going to appeal to the first-time buyers?
I hope so.
Gail did the right thing by hiring an agent, but she still needs to see what a move-in ready house looks like. I'm taking her to one that sold in just 7 days for an incredible $57,000 over asking. OK, Gail, you want to invite the buyers in.
Right.
And you do that through curb appeal. So come on up to the porch. It's warm, it's inviting, it's well-maintained.
Yeah.
It bodes well for the inside.
Yeah.
Well, come on inside. Freshly painted front door. What is it specifically you like about this room?
The color they use for the paint is very soothing.
They've positioned the furniture perfectly. Doesn't feel crowded. Clean, decluttered. Come through to the dining room. Now, what do you think of the flow between the sitting room and the dining room?
It's a great flow because the colors are the same, I notice, versus in my place, and the carpet continues from room to room.
We want to kind of create more of a flow, so your ground floor matches.
Got it.
Anyway, come up to the bedroom.
All right.
I always say to people, when you're choosing paint colours for a house, when you're for the purpose of sale, go for colours that increase the sense of space and light in a room.
Right.
If people see peeling paint, the porch stairs falling off the back, they're going to think there are serious structural problems with your house, and that's going to scare them away.
Right.
This house sold in 7 days for 13% over asking.
Oh, wow.
We're going to make your house look as great as this.
I feel positive that I'm going to have a good outcome from it.
OK, well, if we stand around jabbering, we're not going to get anything done, so come on.
Our general contractor, Anthony Sayers, is here to get Gail's house in tip-top condition.
Now, Gail, this house has got me a bit worried because there is a lot of remedial work to do. Because remember what I said about curb appeal, people doing drive-bys and not necessarily coming in the house if it doesn't look in tip-top condition. And this porch does not scream by me.
We're going to resand the front porch and repaint it.
OK. We're going to leave the wallpaper in the family room, sitting room. And we're going to make it work with the furniture we choose. We're going to have a nice retro feel to it.
We need to just repaint the whole stairwell and then re-carpet the stairs. The next is the master bedroom.
We want to put a brighter, more neutral colour in there, and they'll be able to see that it's a good, well-finished paint job. So are you ready to get a paintbrush out?
I'm ready.
Homeowners don't notice clutter hiding the best features of a home, but buyers do. Remove or store large items. People need to focus on the house, not on your furniture. Don't let a potential sale be ruined because of a dodgy booby trap. So think safety. Hazardous construction should be fixed or torn down. Knowing what buyers want is key to selling your home. This price point attracts first-time buyers who don't part with their money easily. Poor upkeep results in no offers. Even though the changes have barely begun, Gail knows there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
This whole process of making the changes to the house in order for me to sell is definitely an eye-opener, and I've learned a lot from it.
Gail's house has been on the market for 6 weeks. With 4 open houses and 10 showings, her dream to move to a turnkey home has been put on hold. We've only got 3 days before the open house. Improving the staircase will help get a sale.
I'm just taking the last of the tacks out of the carpet so I can rip it out. I am so relieved we're getting rid of this carpet.
It looks like the new runner is thin enough so Anthony can use a staple gun.
You want to staple all the way along here. Make sure it's nice and secure, right? And then afterwards, you would put the nosing back, screw it down. See how it covers the carpet?
Covers it and presumably helps hold it in place.
Yeah. So I'm just using staples, and I'm gonna then tuck the carpet into each corner and then staple, a lot of staples again, all the way along. And then you repeat all the way down, same thing.
And 120 bucks later, you got yourself a brand new staircase.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty nice.
To keep one step ahead of the competition, Gail's walls need painting and repairing.
Tara, you missed this spot over here.
In this up-and-coming area, buyers want to see pride of ownership. So we're fixing Gail's porch.
I've already prepared this whole thing.
We've got to attach it to the wall there. How do we do that?
We're just going to use these 3-inch wood screws.
Right.
Toe screw into the top rail into the piece of wood that's been attached to the wall.
Did you say toad, as in the frog?
I said a toe screw.
Toad.
It's when you angle the screw, like, downwards like that or sideways.
How are we going to make this unwobbly?
I screw it in at the top and the bottom. Then I'll attach the railing coming up the stairs.
Okay. Are you using toe screws there as well?
Again, yes.
See, I'm learning stuff. Careful with my legs, they're not insured.
There.
How do we neaten this up?
Well, we'll just make sure that the screws are countersink into the wood, and then I'll fill them with some wood filler.
And then we prime and paint it. And do we have to paint it in any kind of special outdoor paint? Because...
Yes, the exterior paint.
So is my job here done?
Yeah, you've been very helpful. There.
First-time buyers or young couples don't really want to have to do a lot of work themselves. You know, they're prepared to do a bit.
Right.
But if you make the house look a bit more finished, it's not going to scare anyone off.
Right.
I think you could do with a bit of practice in the painting department. So I might hand you the brush and come back and inspect in, you know, a little bit.
Alrighty.
It's a very important step, caulking this baseboard. It seals whatever gaps or cracks that you have so that when you're ready to paint, it will finish off nicely. Get your caulking, take the knife and just cut the tip of it, a 45-degree angle. And what you want to do is you want to test out a bead of caulk so that you make sure that you maintain an even bead as you're going. I don't want the caulking to set up and dry, so I'm just going to be working in 2 to 3 foot sections at a time. You want to pull the gun towards you, so you never want to push it because that will cause the bead to go uneven. You don't want to go too fast because then that will leave gaps. And I like to just use my finger because I find it works better. So I just damp it a little bit and just spread the caulking into the joint. All right, see how nice that is? And then you want to just let it set up for about 24 hours before you go ahead and paint it.
With the dirty work almost done, finishing touches are a necessity to attract the discerning buyer. If you can't afford to reupholster, then slipcovers are a fantastic way to update your furniture, and you don't have to customise them because there are plenty of colours and sizes online or in your local department store. If you've got a battered old staircase, a carpet runner like this one could be the answer to your prayers. It's a great problem solver because it spruces up and adds character and colour to what can be a bit of a dead space. Customised drapes can cost a bomb, but I'm going to let you into a little secret. You can pick up discount drapes at any home interiors store, and by adding some leftover material to the bottom, you have created a customised chic look for next to nothing. With the updates complete, will buyers still treat Gail's house as a drive-by? When I first walked into Gail's house, I was horrified by the amount of work we needed to do to get this house ready for sale. But now I couldn't be happier with the results. No wonder Gail had a rough time selling her house. The first thing people saw was her rundown porch. Maximising curb appeal, we've built a new railing, as well as giving a fresh coat of paint to every surface. We've brightened up the front by planting some flowers too. So, by renovating the outside, we've added value to the inside. Buyers did an about-face in the mismatched dining room. We've created consistency by adding chic, modern chairs, crisp table linen, and bright wall paint. Ooh, and no more Las Vegas chandelier either. The hallway looked like a lot of work to first-time buyers. With the updated walls and a new carpet, people will no longer mistake this house as a DIY money pit. In the living room, Gail's oversized and badly placed sofas made this room look tiny. Keeping one couch and adding a few inexpensive pieces highlight focal points. We've given buyers a space they can see themselves living in. In the bedroom, buyers had issues with the sloppy paint job and the colour of the walls. New paint, curtains, linens and modern lighting turn this room into exactly the type of retreat people want to escape to. This house has all the class of $1 million home, but at an affordable price. We've changed the perception of Gail's house from a structurally unsound DIY project to a flexible living space that first-time buyers can truly appreciate. If you're thinking of selling your home yourself, you should check out these numbers first. Only 5% of homes are sold by their owners via the internet, compared to a whopping 81% sold by agents and brokers. Real estate agents have the experience needed to price your home effectively, so it can sell for up to 16% more than through private sale. Build a strong relationship with your agent. Get them to work for you. It's your house, and you have the right to approve any marketing strategies, including the information and photographs on your listing. With Gail's house looking the way she's always wanted, will she feel like leaving?
It's not shaking. I love the color. It's so bright in here. I love it. Ooh la 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 la. This is really super duper nice. I'm so impressed with the changes that were done. And now I'm thinking I really have to get on it and find a place to live.
Gail is convinced. Now will Debs, her agent, be able to sell this house?
With this curb appeal, this invitation to come in, you have no idea how much easier it is going to be to sell this home.
Do you think this is what first-time buyers are looking for?
Absolutely. This is what's going to emotionally pull them in. That light fixture is heavenly. And people will look at that and they'll know they'll want to write that into the offer. They'll look at the draperies and they'll want to write that into the offer. Now I can say this is worth every penny that it's priced to.
Hooray! Gail's new agent approves. One last hurdle, the buyers.
This house is priced at $279,000.
That's amazing. Because most of the houses I've looked at are considerably more money.
Yeah.
And not nearly as nice. First-time buyer home, for sure.
A street appeal to a house is important to me.
So you've seen the house before?
Very quickly. I had a quick breezed in, breezed out as fast as I breezed in. I can imagine living here.
Do you think this has got what it takes as an investment property for you?
I think so.
We have converted Gail's modest, semi-detached house into a home that I think any first-time buyer would be proud of. Gail and her girls are one step closer to getting their unsellable house sold.
Sure enough, just after the unsellables left, Gail accepted an offer of just under the asking price. We've turned this house from unsellable to sold.
When selling your house, it is essential to showcase your property's best features if you want a quick sale. Now, this can be more difficult in older homes that have been buried under the cloak of time. My mission is to help homeowners unlock the potential in their homes to ensure that sale. This grand Victorian semi is one of those unique homes that very rarely comes onto the market in this neighbourhood. Homeowner George, he's getting anxious. He's a photographer. He wants to travel the world, and he can't understand why the world is not beating down his door to buy this house.
I've sort of grown up in this house, really, basically, and I have tremendous feelings about selling it. Well, I would like to sell this place as quickly as possible so I can explore South America and take photographs for an exhibition in the future. I have no interest in lowering the price. Where in a downtown core do you get a house that's 27-foot lot with parking for 4 or 5 cars? Maybe people don't have the imagination to live in a large Victorian house.
We have got an amazing location, and I cannot wait to peel back the layers, find out why this house isn't selling. This house stands out like a sore thumb. Blue and gold is very intense, and it might not be everyone's cup of tea. Wow, you have huge hallways, original mouldings and banister and hardwood floors. I love it. I do not love the smell of smoke, though. That really puts potential buyers off. It's such a shame. This could be the most fantastic room. Beautiful period details. You've got the original fireplace, hardwood floors. This room really lacks function. This should be a really cozy family room, sitting room. Wow, fab-sized dining room. From the old into the new. It's great that they've got a new kitchen. It's nice and bright. It's very clean and decluttered. This is the master bedroom and a masterclass on how not to present a room. You've got a stained mattress on the floor. The walls are in bad shape. I mean, look at this. This should be a reading nook, a tiny little sitting room, something useful and attractive. This house should be a Victorian gem in the heart of the city that people are falling over themselves to buy. It smells of smoke, and these colours are just driving buyers away, and that is why it's unsellable. First of all, George, this is an absolute corker of a house. I love it. But we start outside. Did you choose the colours?
Yes, I did, yeah. Well, actually, when I painted it, they said it was a very bold colour in the neighbourhood.
I bet they did.
They said to go with the person that owned the house.
Right, yeah. And you're obviously quite a charismatic, bit of a character, George.
Yeah.
But I think the outside needs to be toned down just a touch.
Fair enough.
The problem is a lot of potential buyers get very nervous about the idea of painting exteriors. They don't have a lot of experience with it. So what I'd like to do is paint it a more neutral colour.
Yeah, fine.
The interior, the nicotine-stained neck curtains. How many a day do you smoke, George?
Far too many.
Well, I know what we need to do. First of all, we need to smoke outside from now on. And the smell of smoke is not really a great selling point, is it?
No.
Now, George, do you use the sitting room, really?
No.
No. I'd like to give that room back its function, so it feels like it gets used. Your bedroom. It's not exactly saying buy me at the moment, is it?
No.
And the thing is, you've got that great little side room. What do you use that side room for?
We can do the laundry in there.
I'd like to make it into something a bit more attractive, a bit more useful, like a reading nook. What people are looking for in a master bedroom, they're looking for a bit of a retreat.
Fair enough.
Now, it's been on the market for 5 months. Do you think the price might have affected its saleability?
You know, you have parking, you have an enormous lot in the downtown area. I don't think it's overpriced.
It is slightly overpriced in this condition, but that's why we're here. But you have to take the plunge and help me turn this house around.
Yeah, I will do.
Good. George's Semi has character, history, good bones, and is in a fabulous location. But after 5 months on the market and 88 viewings, this classic beauty is no closer to getting a suitor, not a buyer in sight. Now, I'm wondering whether the price tag of $699,000 might be part of the problem. So I'm going to go and have a chat with Sheila, George's real estate agent, find out why she thinks this house isn't selling. $699, Sheila. Seems like quite a lot to me. Is that a bit high or on the money?
When we took the listing, George was quite insistent on a $699. Okay.
As a real estate agent, you know, you've got to get to a stage, you know, 5 months, 88 viewings.
Yes.
So is there a point where you are going to say, George, I believe in your house, but at $699, I can't sell it?
George has said to me, Sheila, now you won't bully me to reduce the price.
Typical man. They hate being bullied. Hate it.
And I said, no, George, I won't.
OK.
I think I must be a wussy or a whatever. I don't like to be that aggressive with them.
What is the feedback you've had from viewers?
People have complained about the cigarettes. I did ask him would he remove the shears, and he sort of snapped at me, and I kind of laughed, so I had to let that go, because he thinks that people should be able to see past that. But
if I had $1 for every time someone said that to me, I would be incredibly rich. So have you given him this feedback?
Yes, he knows. I mean, I've followed up on showings, and he knows.
Open houses, have you had open houses?
No public open houses.
No public open houses.
He did not want people crawling through his house.
So at the moment, the marketing is for sale sign and MLS. Now, what are you going to do once we have transformed the inside of the house?
Well, we're going to have it rephotographed.
Yep.
And there will be a new for sale sign go up.
And you're going to come back from the open house?
I am.
Bring some buyers with you.
George, I brought you here because this is a comparable house. It blends in with the neighbourhood.
Well, I think it looks very nice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like the colour.
And more importantly, no one is going to be put off by the exterior. Anyway, come on in. Now, I know what you're thinking.
Well, it's a little smaller than my house.
It is considerably smaller than your house. What I like about this room is it is immaculate. They've used a really nice colour. It makes the room feel big and bright and well-maintained.
I agree totally with you on that.
Oh, that's good. The fact is, bright, up-to-date sells.
Yeah, I can well understand that.
Got a beautiful bed, matching linen. It's all about creating an atmosphere.
The idea of the bedroom is a sort of secondary thing.
But you shouldn't treat it like that when you're selling.
Yes, I understand that.
You understand that. Now, do you want to know how quickly this house sold, George?
Oh, yes, that would be nice.
8 days.
Oh, that's pretty quick, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you want to know how much above asking?
Yes.
6%.
Ah.
So, this should be making you smile. Do you know why?
Yeah.
Because your house is bigger, it's better, it's got more character, and it's going to look fantastic.
Oh, let's hope so. I think it will.
Come on, then. We've got work to do. I was telling George earlier how I've kind of fallen in love with this house.
Yep.
But it does need some serious TLC to get it up to the standard that I think buyers are looking for. And we need to start outside. The crazy blue and gold.
We need to paint both brick and wood outside. Okay.
Now, the next area I think that we really need to pay attention to is the bedroom.
Yeah.
Just not looking at its best, is it, George?
No, it isn't.
No. Now, the walls look a little tatty. What are we going to do with them?
Well, I have this fabulous new product, right, that you actually put on the wall, and it just helps smooth the wall out.
It's a wallpaper that you put on the wall and you paint over it.
Yes.
And once the wall is really smooth, we're going to make that a really interesting reading room off the side of your master bedroom.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
All I see is buckets and buckets of paint, and it's going to be quite a challenge.
But once we do it, it's going to look absolutely fantastic. This is an incredible house. So are you ready to do some work, George?
Yes, I am.
Come on, then.
Excellent.
Someone told me you needed a drop cloth, which is exciting because it means you're painting the house.
Yes, thank you.
How are we going to make it pretty?
Well, first thing is that we need to neutralize this blue.
You mean paint it another colour?
Yes. When you do an outdoor painting, I would say 50% of it would be prep work.
Right.
So scraping any loose paint, cleaning the surface, just preparing it so that the paint will adhere to the surface, okay? George has already power washed all the brick for us.
Go, George.
Yeah.
So we're going to need 1 coat, 2 coats?
If it's a good paint and you prepare the surface properly, you could probably get away with 1 coat.
Now, this magic wallpaper looks like regular wallpaper to me.
Okay, but if you look at the actual wall, right? You see how rough the wall is?
Yep.
Right? I've already done some wallpapering, and you see how fantabulous it looks?
It's very smooth.
Yeah. If you have a wall that's damaged or in rough shape, It's a great way to hide all the deficiencies in the wall, for sure.
I do quite like the embossed wallpaper on one wall like this because it creates a kind of accent wall.
Yes.
And the best thing is, wallpaper is really in vogue at the moment.
That's right.
So this magic wallpaper, you put it on and you can paint it any colour under the rainbow.
Exactly. We want to upgrade the kitchen a little bit, so the best and simplest, easiest way is to just upgrade the hardware. This is the old hardware, they're just knobs, so I'm just gonna simply remove them. And what I wanna do is, I don't wanna drill two new holes, I just wanna drill one new hole. So this is the hardware that we've chosen for these doors, and what I've done is I've made up a jig. I've just taken the handle and made the same holes on this piece of wood. It's gonna be pretty repetitive. I've got about 10 of these to do. So all this is gonna do is just help it go a lot easier and faster, and it's just gonna make sure that all my handles are lined up the exact same spot on each door. I'm gonna take my drill now, and I'm gonna place it into the hole, and I'm just gonna drill it out. Nice. Okay, so now I'm gonna put the second screw, and I'm gonna use just this hand screwdriver just to tighten it up. Just like that. It's beautiful.
Ah, George, they put you to work.
Ah, yes, they have, yeah. I'm painting the wall.
The whole house just feels fresher and brighter. Already it smells less of smoke because we painted it.
Yeah.
And that's the best thing to do. If you've got a house that has any lingering smells, paint just gets rid of them. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be quite a long job, George.
Yes.
You might need some liquid sustenance
Yes,
at some stage.
probably an awful lot of it afterwards.
Make sure you've replaced all the spent bulbs and given the body of the chandelier a wipe down with a wet cloth. And then all these prisms refract the light. It looks really glitzy and glamorous. These stick-on dragonfly accents are a great way of drawing attention to the focal point in the room, which in this case is the bed. They're brilliant because they help hide the bumps and imperfections in this wall. Hanging pictures at the wrong height is a really common mistake. They should be at eye level. Now, a good rule of thumb when hanging is 60 inches from the floor to the middle of the art. And that brings the focal point of the picture to the eye level of most people, and you don't have to be craning your neck to see the art. I'm in love. This place is dressed up and ready for the ball. Know when to lower your asking price. In the end, your home is only worth as much as someone is prepared to pay for it. If it's unrealistically priced, it might end up on the dustbin of listings and stay there. If your home is painted an outrageous colour on the exterior, it's going to put off a lot of buyers. Generally, people want their house to blend into the neighbourhood, not stick out like a potential eyesore. If your house is over 100 years old, play up its historical assets, but try and give it a modern flair. Your home should act its age, but not be dated, because most people don't want to feel like they're living in a museum.
Wow. Yeah, I like those. Oh, I see Sophie's feminine touch in here. Oh, beautiful room. Sophie and her team did a lovely job. I'm so grateful to them.
So what do you think of the outside of the house?
Looks very nice. It's really nice room. It looks great.
Yeah, it does. You can move into this house without doing anything to it. Come on in.
It's a good use of space.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't this interesting? Well, this
Nice
extra
doors.
addition room makes it very charming.
It
Very
does.
charming.
Is this a kind of house you consider coming back for a second look?
Yes, I would definitely consider coming back.
I feel like there should be a drum roll.
Okay. Wow.
How much easier does the transformation make for you in terms of selling it?
Basically, you actually become proud of the house.
Yeah.
Like, you don't feel that you're talking from a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because of, you know, just the way it showed.
This period piece is now a hit. We've taken this house from dreary to dashing. It holds its own in the neighbourhood and lives up to its past. If your house isn't selling, the trick is knowing why not. And you are probably not the most impartial judge. You might think it's perfect, but buyers vote with their wallets. My job is to bring these two worlds together and turn your unsellable house into an irresistible hit. This 1,800 square foot home is listed at $679,000. It has 5 bedrooms, an eating kitchen, and a separate basement apartment. It's been on the market for 4 months. Now, they're a close-knit, multi-generational family, but they decided to go their separate ways. But they're stuck until they sell this house.
Within the last 4 years, we've opened a family restaurant, and we spend most of our days and times there. My mom and dad decided they definitely need a smaller home, such as a bungalow. My sister was certainly moving on with her kids. And I'm also getting married. I've been with my fiance for 8 years, and I definitely need the sale of this house to finance my wedding. My real estate agent did suggest an open house. However, I don't like open houses because the only persons that usually come to see the open house is your neighbors. To be honest, I don't know why it's not selling. It should be selling. If I don't sell this house, I feel like my life's just gonna be on hold. I definitely need the money.
So why hasn't this family received multiple offers? I'm going to go inside and find out. The exterior of this house has a distinctly European feel, which might not be everyone's cup of tea. The white railings, the flagstones,
the profusion of plants. The pots everywhere are a bit messy, though. Well, this lantern is overkill. It is much too big for the size of the house. These sofas are far too big for the room. It's not a bad-sized sitting room, but look, they're huge. I mean, that one over there is a monster. And the electric fire is not even flush to the wall. And why would you cover the windows in really, really heavy drapes? You want to let the light in. Not really a fan of the doily tablecloth. And never, ever, ever leave the plastic on chairs or sofas. There's far too much stuff in a small space. The first thing you should do when you're trying to sell your house is declutter, because all these personal knickknacks, A, make the space look smaller, and B, it's very, very distracting for the buyer. They can't imagine themselves living here. Ah, nice new kitchen. I haven't taken the plastic off the dishwasher, which is particularly weird because it has a red sheen and it totally clashes with the cherry-style cabinets. Again, the crocheted tablecloths, I'm not a fan. They look like giant doilies. Just get rid of them. And look, stains like this, not good, especially in a kitchen. The one thing buyers demand, clean kitchens. Well, let's just hope the upstairs is a bit better. Bathroom, live wires. Oh, look at those dirty, dusty lights. And you've got old grouting. Doesn't exactly say safe and clean, does it? Ah, not too bad. Tidy and clean. Another good bedroom. Another good bedroom. Maybe I won't have very much work to do upstairs, which would be nice. Where to start with this room? The furniture is too big and too dark. I'm going to see if I can actually get out of this bedroom through the door. Why? Mike wants top dollar for this house. It's listed at $679,000, which makes it more expensive than any comparable house in the neighborhood. So you think it would beat the pants off the competition, but it doesn't. The furniture is so big, it makes the rooms feel small. And it's so cluttered that it's difficult to even get out of the door. But hopefully I can get Mike to reduce the asking price. Mike, you said you wanted to sell because you're planning a wedding?
Correct.
When are you getting married?
Well, hopefully the sooner I sell the house, the sooner I can start planning my wedding.
Do you have one impatient bride on your hands?
I try to have that in control.
So, you really, really need to sell this house.
Definitely.
We're going to have to really seriously consider dropping the asking price.
I think we initially came up with that figure just to really see if we would get any hits with the house.
What you're doing by pricing it so high is you're really reducing the flow of traffic through the house. Basically, the more people who see this house, the quicker it's going to get sold. Which is why I was slightly surprised by the decision not to do open houses. Why was that?
My initial thought on open houses, I never agreed on, just because I didn't think it would ever work.
Okay.
Mainly being only neighbors coming in to see the house versus potential buyers.
Yeah. And what were your real estate agent's views on that? Did she want to do an open house?
She did highly recommend an open house, but again, she went with my suggestion of not doing one.
Because this is a great house. It's got lots of bedrooms. It's got a lot going for it. But you've got a lot of big furniture. It can make the room feel smaller. So we might have to pare that down a bit. One of the most important things to do when you're selling your house is to declutter. And I don't think anyone needs 2 cake stands on the one dining room table.
Empty.
Empty cake stands. No, the kitchen's fantastic. It's nice and clean. Have you ever used your dishwasher?
No.
No. That's why the plastic's still on.
Yes.
Which did make me laugh. Now, upstairs, in the master bedroom, I can barely get out onto the porch because there's so much clutter there. And that's a selling feature.
Right.
So you want to make it easy for buyers to be able to see outside.
Okay.
So, Mike, are you prepared to make the changes necessary to get this house sold?
If it means selling my house, absolutely.
Houses in this hot downtown market usually go in a matter of weeks. The house has been on the market for 4 months and they haven't got a single offer. So I'm going to go and speak to Maria, their real estate agent, and find out why. Maria, this house has been on the market 4 months. Why is it not selling?
It's overpriced. It's definitely a big house. It's a great house, but they have oversized furniture. It needs to be decluttered.
I'm glad you mentioned the price, because $679, I walked into the house and I couldn't see that it could possibly justify that price. I mean, have you told Mike it's overpriced?
I did, and I'm really working hard on them to bring them down.
Because if you say to him, Mike, the longer it sits on the market at this price, the more stale the listing becomes.
Definitely.
Maria, apart from price, what other feedback have you had from buyers?
The house too small, which I don't think it's too small.
No.
It's a 5-bedroom home. It's too personalized. They have all their lifestyle in that house.
Have you told all this to Mike?
I had told to Mike and to the mother as well. That they postpone everything that I tell them.
Yeah.
They keep on postponing it and never gets done.
Yeah. In the photographs on the property listing, there is no clutter. I mean, what happened?
I removed the stuff where I had to take the pictures.
Yes.
I removed the stuff away.
Yeah.
And then put it back. But I could not put it in boxes myself.
No,
But
it's
in
not
order
your
to
job
take
to
the
do
pictures,
that. Yeah.
to show on the computer, because that's on the internet, that's what people go by the pictures.
Yeah. When we're finished, what are you going to do to market the house?
First, I'm going to have new pictures. I'm aiming for a new price.
Yeah.
And of course, a public open house right on the next weekend.
Fantastic. Maria, thank you so much. I'm really excited about you coming back to see it. What do you like about this room?
It's definitely not cluttered.
Look at the light. They haven't obscured all the windows with drapes and net curtains, so the light really comes in. And I think that is one of the most important things when you're showing a house, is to let the light in. The furniture is the perfect size for the room. It doesn't dominate. Come through to the kitchen. 3 things about this kitchen: clean, decluttered, and modern. Now, you've got a pretty swanky kitchen, but all we've got to do is let the light in and declutter a bit.
Okay. Well, this kitchen sheds a lot of light.
Now, come and have a look at the master bedroom.
This is a very nice, large room.
It is. It's beautiful. Now, obviously, it's much bigger than your master bedroom, but what I think it shows is just nice, bright walls and limited furniture. The problem in that room is one of the best-selling features is the patio, but you can't get out to the patio. It's like an obstacle course, and you need to declutter, and you just want to make rooms look bigger and brighter. Now, I know this house was successful with potential buyers because it sold for $10,000 over asking price in a week.
Oh, wow. That's a fast turnaround.
That is a fast turnaround. Now, what we need to do with your house, we need to declutter, we need to remove some of the furniture, we need to make it brighter, and we need to seriously consider reducing the asking price.
Definitely.
If we do all those things, I really believe that your house has a good chance of selling. So are you ready to go back?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
Brilliant. Okay, Mike, now your house has good bones, but I think this area here lacks a bit of warmth and a sort of visual anchor. So what I'd like to do is replace the electric fire, which, let's face it, isn't doing a huge amount, and maybe put a built-in TV unit, which will kind of act as a focal point. Now, is that going to be a bad job, Anthony?
We could do that and build a unit there and probably put some lights in it.
That would be fantastic, because this area is slightly dark, and I think that's also because of the drapes, which we will be removing. Now, talking about lights.
Yes, talking about the lights. We just need to change the light on the front porch, right? It's a little big for what's there.
I want you to fix the light, but also in the bathroom, I want to fix the grouting. Is that possible? Do you have to retile?
No, it's pretty straightforward, but it can be a bit of a mess if you don't know what you're doing, so.
Yeah. I would have no idea where to start. So upstairs, we'll do the grouting. That will make the bathroom look a whole lot better. Downstairs, we'll add a wall unit, create a focal point. Oh, I'm excited. Yeah. But we've got a lot of work to do, so let's not stand around.
The changes are coming great. The room seems a lot lighter, and I'm excited to see the outcome.
You taken down the giant lamp?
Yeah.
I've seen castles in England with smaller exterior lights than that. It's just complete overkill.
Look how nicer that looks, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's very smart. Give us a shout.
Okay, I will.
I've been wanting to do that since I walked in the house. What do you think?
It's very nice. It brings a lot of light into the room.
Well, that's what I thought when I first walked into the house. The three things I thought were it's dark and it's small. And that was because the oversized furniture, well, we got rid of one of the sofas. Then the drapes, you couldn't see through them. They were so dark.
Right.
And then look at this beautiful blue colour. It just opens the room up.
And it matches the curtains.
I know. When the house is transformed, bright, light, fantastic 5-bedroom house, are you going to have some open houses?
I'm looking forward to the feedback that I'm going to receive, definitely.
So what I'm doing is I'm carefully removing any old caulking. I've made sure that no one used the actual tub for 2 days because you need it to be dry for at least 48 hours before you can go ahead and silicone. So I'll be able to re-caulk it right away. What I'm gonna do now is, with some warm water and my finger, I would let this sit for probably 48 hours before you use the tub again.
Day beds are a really great alternative to pull-out sofas because they're cheaper, they're more comfortable, and they give a room a good dual function. It could be a sitting room or a bedroom. Don't forget to decorate porches and decks, especially one like this, which is at the front of the house. A few potted plants, some patio furniture will really spruce up the space and packs a big visual punch for very little money. Old world crocheted and lace tablecloths might be your style, but to buyers they can indicate a house that hasn't been renovated in a generation. So either don't use one at all and show off the wood, or if you are going to use a table covering, keep it modern. This family home felt dark, overcrowded and stuffy. But by paring down the furniture and changing the colour scheme, it feels warm and inviting.
Setting your asking price is critical. Your house is not worth what you think it's worth, but what the market will bear. Go too high and you won't sell your home, and lowering the price later on will just lose time and momentum. Make sure the photographs in your property listing reflect what your house actually looks like. There is nothing worse for buyers than seeing one thing before they come and being met with a very different reality. Also makes buyers wonder what other deceptions you've got hidden up your sleeve. Open houses sell houses. About 1 in 5 listings is sold at an open house. You might not like them, but they are effective.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Look at the room.
So nice.
I'm amazed of the whole transformation, and I believe that my wedding can start happening as well and start planning for it.
Hello, Maria.
Wow. What a difference.
Come on through.
Wow.
So is this a product you can believe in now and you can sell?
The product, it's sellable as long as the price it's adjustable.
Wow. What a difference.
This is a very nice sitting room now.
That's beautiful again.
What are your favorite transformations?
The living room, because it's the first thing that I saw.
Yeah.
And I saw a big difference.
And you know, as a real estate agent, how important first impressions are.
Definitely. And that's probably why he impressed me so much.
Yeah. So, if we can get the price down, I think we've got a chance.
I think so, too.
Hi. I'm Sophie. Nice to meet you.
Iselda, nice meeting you.
Hi. Have you been to the house before?
Yes, we have. And this looks much different.
What were your thoughts when you left the house last time?
Too busy, too full.
What we thought is we'd make it into an occasional bedroom, study, because you do have already 4 bedrooms in this house.
Right.
Yeah.
That's very nice, yeah. More useful. Oh, yeah, I love it. I get used to this one here.
What do you think of the price?
I think it's still a little high.
So you think with maybe some movement on the price, this could be a house you might put on your shortlist?
Yes, it is.
This urban detached home has gone from old world to contemporary. And now their desire to sell and move on to realise their dreams is well within their grasp.
They say there's a buyer for every house and that every house has a buyer, but location, price, decor all play a role. My job is to highlight the best assets of houses that just can't find a buyer and to turn these unsellables into surefire hits.
This bungalow is listed at $539,000. It's 1,900 square feet, has 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a basement apartment. It's been on the market for an unbelievable 12 months with 2 different agents.
There have been 5 offers, but the owners, who are 2 sisters, are holding out for more, even though this location on such a busy road might be the reason this sale has stalled.
Esther has been loving her home for 19 years. Her sister Libertad moved in 5 years ago. They've decided to move into a condo and travel.
I would like to sell this house really quickly so I can go and visit my mother in Mexico.
I want to have more free time for myself.
Before putting their house up for sale, they spent $90,000 on renovations.
New windows all over the house. We renewed this bathroom. We stucco the house, the garden. It's beautiful now.
Yeah. They listed the house for $579,000. There were no offers.
No, nothing.
Zero.
Then they took a bit of a gamble. They switched agents and dropped the price to $479,000.
That price is very low.
So they decided to raise it again to $539,000. The roller coaster pricing has done nothing for a sale. The location hasn't helped either.
Many people don't like the busy street. I would say that is the thing, the busy street.
Esther and Libertad's house sits on a 4-lane thoroughfare. But it is on the edge of a very affluent neighborhood about 20 minutes north of downtown. High-end shops, public transport and playgrounds make this an ideal neighborhood for families and young professionals with healthy paychecks. Houses on side streets sell in a week for $700,000 and up. Older bungalows are torn down to make way for luxury homes. At $539,000, this house seems to be priced right, even with all this traffic.
Now, I can't fix the road, but let's look inside and see if the house is worth the traffic jam. Really nice, big, bright sitting room.
And I can't hear any traffic noise.
I understand they're trying to block out the traffic, which is good marketing ploy, but there are more attractive ways of doing it than vertical blinds. The furniture is all at shin level. Shin, shin. This really beautiful fireplace. It's obviously the focal point of the room, but I'm not seeing it because there's all this clutter and it seems to be mainly owl-based. You want people to appreciate the room and not your porcelain. Ah, nice sized dining room, well positioned between the sitting room and the kitchen. And look, this is brilliant. The owners have hung mirrors on the wall, and that's a great way of making smaller room feel bigger. But then they've undone all their good work by filling this room. There's a parrot cage, a ginormous cabinet, more owls. All this unnecessary clutter makes the room feel smaller. 2 words, small and dowdy. Old appliances, old cabinets, old countertop, old tiles. Now, kitchens and bathrooms are really important when you sell. You don't need to spend a huge amount of money on them, but if you have a small galley kitchen like this one, at least make it sleek and sexy. Recently renovated bathroom, nice.
And there are 2 decent-sized bedrooms as well as 2 in the basement.
I'm gonna go and check out the backyard. What a great yard. And it feels kind of a bit dull, but it almost feels like they've run out of steam. They've got this strange concrete pathway, so the table really should be there rather than here. They could really do with some colour, maybe some plants or some flowers, because a well-landscaped garden does add value to a property. And especially with the road out front, you want something quite nice and tranquil out back. This house is on a major road and is aggressively priced. That means if this place is going to sell, the inside has to knock your socks off, and it doesn't. The dining room and sitting room are cluttered, and the renovation didn't include the kitchen, which is one of the most important rooms of the house. It's not surprising that this house is still unsold.
If Esther and Libertad want to get the full asking price, they need to listen to my advice.
Tell me a bit about the house. It's been on the market for a year, and you won't take any less than $539.
No, not at all.
Okay, but there are some obvious problems, and the road is a big problem. So do you think the price reflects the location?
Oh, for sure it does.
Yeah.
Yes. If you check the prices on the other streets,
Yeah, absolutely. They're much higher.
That makes a difference.
So you could say that maybe someone who wouldn't usually be able to afford to live in this neighborhood can live here. But what I would say is if you can persuade people to do the viewings during a quieter part of the day, like Sundays, that's probably not a bad thing.
No, we've never thought about that, but thanks for the tip.
Now, the living room, it's a nice big size living room. And I love the fireplace. But at the moment, I'm kind of distracted by all the owls.
99.
99? Sometimes it's easier for buyers to see a house without so much of your personality in it. So maybe I can put the owls to roost for a little bit.
Sure, no problem.
Tell me about the bird cage in the dining room.
That one is like a hotel for my daughter's birds. And we haven't had the heart to tell her, okay, that has to go.
If we take it out, there'll be more space in there.
Yes, yeah, right.
Now, when you spent your $90,000 on the renovation, did you consider renovating the kitchen?
We thought that it was better to invest in what we did.
The kitchen definitely needs attention.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot.
But then we had no more money.
At the moment, it's small and a bit old-fashioned. And we can't do anything about the size, but at least we can make it look sleek and modern.
That would be nice.
Which would be good. What are your thoughts about the gardens?
Quite simple.
Selling your house is all about maximising what you've got and making it look as good as possible. So what we need to do is, I think, modernise inside a bit.
Yes.
A bit more young professionals.
Yes.
Well, if we're going to get you into a condo, we better take the plunge. Ready?
Yes, we are.
Esther and Libertad have been trying to sell their house for a whole year now with no luck. Their new agent, Ray, signed on 6 weeks ago, and he's agreed to reduce the rate of commission. The reason why? He gets to put his sign on this very busy road, which he thinks is good advertising. But I need to speak to him to see if it's in his new client's best interest. Ray, explain to me your commission structure.
A home commission rate will be between 5% and 6%, with the buying agent and the listing agent splitting that.
Right.
In this situation, I've worked out an agreement to take a reduced rate, just on the selling side.
And it must be great for you having your board on this road.
Yes, it is. It's a neighborhood I would like to grow my business in.
How do you sell a house like this on a busy road?
I think to concentrate on the positives. You can sit back here. It's got a great sized backyard. Once you're in the house, you don't really notice the noise. The windows have been updated, so any noise has been filtered out.
This house has been on the market almost a year. It's gone from 579 to 479 to 539. How many viewings have you had?
There's been over 60 viewings with real estates going through, as well as my own clients.
Now, apart from the price, what problems do you see the house having?
The feedback has been the kitchen needs total renovation. The home could use an update in decor, furniture.
Who's the sort of target market in this area?
Young professionals who want to live close to the shops.
If the house was on the side streets or the streets behind, they would be priced out of the market.
If this bungalow was located just 1 or 2 streets north or south of here, the minimum price would fetch upward of $700,000.
Now, how are you going about targeting the young professionals?
The best marketing strategy anyone can use is getting their home listed on MLS. For all my clients, I use a professional real estate photographer, as well as I do a floor plan.
Once we have made the house more modern and sleek, so it will appeal to a young professional, do you think we've got a good chance of selling the house?
Sales are really taking off, and the inventory is cleared in this neighborhood, and at that price, I think this house will go as well.
I'm going to show Esther and Libertad what sells quickly in their neighbourhood. This house nearby on a quieter side street sold in just 18 days for 97% of the asking price.
Come on in, guys. What do you notice first in this room?
The chimney.
The chimney, yeah. That's the focal point in the room, and you see it. Now, I prefer your fireplace, but when I walked into your room, I didn't see it. I was looking at all the owls and the sculptures.
Too busy.
Yeah, it's too busy. Whereas this is quite plain. You see it, it's a focal point. And also look to the ground, ladies. The wood floors really shine.
The floors are nice.
You've got a beautiful floor, so we need to show people that. Selling your house is all about letting people see all the great things your house has to offer. But anyway, come through to the dining room. Now, what is missing in this room that you have in your dining room? A ginormous parrot cage.
Oh.
And the problem with your dining room at the moment is there's quite a lot going on. They've just toned down the clutter. They've got a dining room table, a side table.
Yeah, for the space, you don't need much.
Exactly. It's very easy to imagine your own furniture in this space because there's not so much going on. I think you're going to like the kitchen, so follow me.
Oh, this is a nice kitchen, eh?
It
Better
is.
than ours.
It's at the moment it's better than yours, but look, it's exactly the same size. It's a small galley kitchen. Just shows that with a new countertop, nice new-looking tiles, it changes the whole thing. I know people like decluttered houses where they can see all the features, because this house sold in 18 days for 97% of the asking price.
Good.
Yeah. So we need to go back and get rid of the owls. Do you think you can do that?
And the cage.
And the cage, come on. We can put the owls in the cage and carry them out the door.
Let's do it.
To get that much-needed sale, our general contractor, Anthony Sayers, is here to help.
Esther, this house is solidly built, well-proportioned, and you've done some renovations, but we can definitely do better. Okay. Now, first things first, I love this fireplace, but the marble tiles have seen better days. So how would you feel about replacing it with a newer tile?
Yeah, that would be okay.
Okay. Is that going to be a difficult job?
No, it shouldn't be very difficult at all. It'll make it more of a focal point for sure.
Now, the kitchen, you admitted that's the least smart part of the house. In terms of selling, it's also one of the most important rooms in the house, so we really need to get that up to grey.
All right.
Now, what I'd like to do is remove the countertop, replace it with a newer one, and also replace the tiles.
How about we just paint out the tiles? That might be a more fun project than actually
Works
changing.
For me. Do you like the idea of that?
Yes, of course.
Then in the rest of the house, we're going to finish it off by decluttering, adding new window treatments, modern accessories. It's going to have a facelift, basically.
Yes.
And then we can get it sold. So you prepared to roll up your sleeves and help us?
For sure.
For sure. Okay, come on, then.
Okay.
When selling your house, don't underestimate the discerning buyer. In upscale neighbourhoods, it's crucial that principal rooms are shown to their full potential. And how is Esther taking the changes so far?
I'm gonna miss the house, but it has to be done. It's for my parents, to spend time with them. It's for a good reason.
Esther and Libertad's house has been languishing on the market for a whole year. With 60 viewings and 5 rejected offers, their move to Mexico has been postponed. We've only got 3 days before the open house, so we're starting in the kitchen.
Anthony, what is the secret to tile painting?
Well, there's a couple secrets, actually.
Ooh.
The first one is to clean the surface that you're going to work on.
Right.
Which is what I'm doing now.
Okay.
I'm using like a heavy-duty cleaner degreaser.
Right.
To just lift whatever grease is on the tiles off.
So the primer sticks to it, otherwise it would just slide off.
Yes. And then take sandpaper.
Yeah.
Like a medium grit.
Okay.
And just rough up the tiles. That will help the primer bond to the tiles.
And is the primer a special primer?
The primer is a high bonding primer. If you put this on, pretty much anything will stick to it. And then we're going to use a special paint that is moisture resistant.
Okay, because obviously there's always water in the kitchen.
Yes.
Brilliant.
An inexpensive way to modernise a kitchen is to give everything a fresh coat of paint. Once the painting's done, the old countertop can be removed and the new one installed. Meanwhile, we're doing something about those low sofas. We're propping them up with wooden platforms.
Esther, do you know what these are?
I was guessing the bases of the sofa.
Absolutely, because your sofa's quite small at the moment. Did it have legs at one point and you just decided to get rid of them, or?
They did, and I threw them out. I just liked it that way. Low and modern.
Low and modern.
30 years ago.
They're really nice sofas, and they're going to look fab with their bases.
That's right.
In the living room, improving the focal point is key.
This looks quite complicated. What are we doing here?
Remember the nasty looking stone that was here? I just took it off and built a solid base. It's level now.
Right.
So I'm just dry fitting the tiles to fit, making sure everything lines up.
This isn't a marble tile. What is it?
It's a porcelain tile.
Are you using a special type of glue?
Just the thin set mortar. We're just gonna set the base first, and then we'll do the same at the top, set all the tops too.
And how long is it going to take to set?
We should leave it a full day to dry.
So we'll be done for the open house?
Of course.
Okay, brilliant. Well, I will leave you to it.
Okay, excellent.
With the transformation almost complete, young professionals will love these finishing touches.
I've got rid of all the vertical blinds and replaced them with these drapes. They're so much nicer, they're cozier, they're warmer. If you've got beautiful hardwood floors, don't cover them up with a huge rug. A small rug like this will still help define the seating area, but you're showing off your floors. End-of-season sales are a great place to pick up larger garden furniture. Cheap prices are guaranteed because the retailers want to get rid of all their summer stock.
Esther and Libertad's house finally looks like it's worth $539,000. But will buyers think so?
This house used to be dowdy and cluttered,
but now it's all dressed up and ready to go to market. The living room had good bones, but the clutter hid all the selling features. A neutral coat of paint and new curtains give a modern, warm feel. The newly raised sofas, the exposed hardwood, and the updated fireplace let buyers take in the great surroundings. The dining room was equally busy and dated. We painted crisp, clean colour on the walls, added new drapes, chic frames on the mirrors, and a contemporary light. This space radiates a luxurious atmosphere buyers aspire to. Esther and Libertad's dowdy kitchen was not what buyers would expect for the asking price. Now it is. We've painted over the old tiles and completely covered the 1980s cabinets. With a brand new countertop and cute finishing touches, this kitchen is no longer a turn-off for the high-end buyer. Unfortunately, the backyard wasn't the refuge it should have been. We've changed that by planting beautiful fresh flowers in chic pots. Strategically placed, buyers are led to the oasis of calm at the end of the yard, a perfect haven of tranquility. Esther and Libertad's house was an underachiever at best, depersonalizing each room, updating the kitchen, and maximizing space to appeal to a high-end market makes the price tag easier to swallow. Pick your asking price carefully, then stick to it. Lowering it and raising it again can make buyers think you're greedy, and that is not going to earn you a sale. The old adage, location, 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 is correct, but don't assume every house in the same neighbourhood is of equal value. If your house is on the busiest block in the neighbourhood, then that has to be reflected in the asking price. Don't overlook outside space. Putting in a deck or some nice patio furniture effectively adds square footage to your living space. Instant appeal. So what will Esther and Libertad think?
Ooh, and I thought I knew how to decorate.
What a change.
Now we will sell it.
Sofas, now they're going to be more comfortable. Very nice. I love it.
Oh, look at this. Beautiful, very good taste.
It's amazing. I'm happy.
Now that I see it so beautifully done, I think that it's gonna be sold soon.
If I can spend 6 months in Mexico, would be amazing.
And will their agent Ray see an offer in the works?
Amazing. Definitely like what you did with the fireplace. It's now the focal point of the room.
New and improved dining room?
Now it looks like a dining room.
We took down the vertical blinds. I think having drapes feels much more cozy.
Yes, it softened the room very much. Just changing the countertop made it look so much sharper. I could definitely see a family enjoying themselves back here. The bones of the house were great, but it just didn't show its potential.
No.
It's been modernized, it's in a great area, and at a price I think is very fair.
The agent is pleased, but will potential buyers be just as happy? Good size?
Yes. That's a good, yeah. For the price range,
yeah,
this is the most that I've liked.
Yeah. Is this the sort of setup you're looking for? Sitting room, dining room?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Our dining table.
Yeah, it will
here.
fit perfectly.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah.
Oh, this is nice.
It is nice, isn't it?
Yes.
It's beautiful.
Is this a property you could think about for coming back for a second viewing?
Yes, definitely.
And what do you think of the price?
Yeah, we would make an offer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lesson learned. You may not be able to change the location of a house, but we've highlighted its best assets, and I think soon it's going to be stopping traffic. After the Unsellables team left, Esther and Libertad got an offer just under the asking price. They're holding out for a little bit more. It's good to be house proud, but when you're trying to make a sale, it's better to be house savvy. You've got to take a cold, hard look at how much your house is worth, how it's presented, and how best you can position it on the market for a quick sale. My job is to help people do that and turn unsellable houses into dazzling sellers. The homeowners Marco and Maria have had no offers.
They want to sell this place and put the cash into travel and retirement, but their dreams are on hold. So my job is to sell this house.
We live in here for many years.
Always good memories, good friends, good relationship with the neighbors, for friends, for family, forever.
The house is big one for us. We decided to sell the house. We take a vacation last year, but just only for visiting the family.
Nothing wrong in my house. That's why I live a long time here.
Nothing is wrong in this house.
From the outside, this house looks pretty appealing, but it hasn't received a single offer. I need to get inside and find out why. Mudrooms are the first glimpse you get of a house, so they're important. You've got a patchwork of old carpets, a park bench, fridge with a doily on it. Kind of nervous about walking into the rest of the house now. This house is so textbook how not to present your house for sale. You should declutter and take down any religious iconography. Now, I can see cherubs, there's a lot of family photographs, and they're not small either. Buyers won't be able to imagine themselves living in this property. See, look at this. That's an original stained glass window, but you can't see it because it's behind not one, but two sets of sort of lace curtains. Not a bad sized kitchen. You've got quite a lot of prep space, but then there's all this clutter on it. Look at that cabinet. You shouldn't have it in a kitchen when they're trying to sell. There's definitely some potential in this kitchen. There's something to work with. That is very strange. They've astroturfed their patio. I thought astroturf was just for sporting arenas, but apparently not. Which is a shame, because this is actually quite a nice backyard. It's not a bad size. But then you've got this badly cladded shed. This is not in a good nick at all. It looks like it's been attacked by numerous dogs. And again, there's clutter even outside. And it's not a bad idea to tidy away laundry before buyers come round. This is actually the best room in the house. It could do with a declutter, but I feel quite cheered by this room. The real estate agent is billing this property as a condo alternative, and it's not. The front and backyard are in a bad state of repair, which is always a deterrent to buyers. The inside is claustrophobic because there's too much furniture, religious iconography, fake flowers, family portraits. And if we're going to get this house sold, we have a lot of work to do. Marco, Maria, this house has been on the market for 6 weeks. I think it's a great house. It's nice and big. It's in a great part of town, nice, quiet street. It's got a lot going for it. But take the sitting room here. You've got a lot of furniture, which makes the room feel a bit small. Yeah. Because when you're selling your house, what you want to do is make it feel really big and really bright.
Good idea.
Right.
Too easy to sell.
One thing that buyers really like is hardwood floor, but you're covering it up with all the rugs.
Sometimes in the winter,
it gets cold.
It's cold.
Yeah.
You know, people, when they come and see the house, they put carpet, say maybe something, the floor is damaged. That's why it's covered. But
Yeah.
no,
No.
100% is perfect, you know.
Which is fantastic for us because it means
Yes.
when we take this carpet up, it's going to have a beautiful floor underneath.
Okay.
Usually I'd say to people when they're selling their house to kind of remove some of the religious art because you want to make the house appeal to the broadest range of people possible.
It's fine. It's no, I don't mind. I take it.
I went into the backyard and I looked and I was like, why have they put carpet in the backyard?
Because my grandson.
Because I think you've got a good backyard, but I'd like to put some plants out.
I have years ago.
Yeah.
You know what happened? Too many raccoons. Sometimes raccoons are coming in. Never again.
But when you're selling, you want everything to look the best it possibly can.
I have time.
You have time. Well, I think we should get started then. Houses in this up-and-coming downtown neighbourhood are usually on the market for about 10 days. But for Marco and Maria, it's been 6 weeks. There's been no sign of a sale, not even an offer. So I need to go and speak to their real estate agent and to ask him what he thinks is going wrong. Eusebio, this house has been on the market for 6 weeks. Why do you think that is?
Well, the house needed a little bit of work,
Yeah.
and the owners were actually quite happy with the house. They just think that the area should sell it itself.
At whatever cost.
Exactly. Today's buyer is conscientious. They know what they're looking for, and they want value for their money.
Who do you think is most likely going to buy the house?
It's become a very trendy area over the last few years, so we're getting a lot of the young professionals, young families coming in. It's just a better alternative to going into a condo with no space.
How many viewings have you had, open houses?
We've had two. We've had one open house, and we probably had about 17 to 18 viewings. We have it listed on the MLS,
Yeah.
and I've had flyers distributed around around the area.
What did you feel when you first walked into the house?
Definitely a very dated home, but it's an older family who are set in their ways.
How are you going to persuade people who would be going towards a condo to go towards a slightly down at heel house?
At the price for a 600 square foot condo, spending a little more on renovations, you're going to have a 3-bedroom, 2.5-story home.
Unfortunately, the price tag doesn't give you that renovation budget.
I believe in your square footage, and as an investment, you may spend the money on the renovation in order to get what you're expecting from the condo, but definitely in the long run, you're going to be way ahead of the game.
Now, are you going to take new photographs once we've done our renovation work?
Yes, I will, and I'll have them up on the website.
And hopefully we'll get it sold.
Great, thank you.
Wow. Maria, come this way, Marco. There's a lot of things about this house I like, and I think that they would look good in your house. So what do you notice first?
The floor.
Yeah. I think it opens the room up, makes the room look bigger. Not too much furniture. It's quite neutral.
Yeah.
When you walked in, your first reaction was, wow. It works on you, Maria. Marco, not so much. It's in immaculate condition and move-in ready. There's no personal photographs. So anyone can imagine moving in, and that's what we're trying to achieve in your house. That's what sells.
They look nice.
Come on through to the kitchen. Wow. They're practically identical to your kitchen cupboards.
Yeah.
Almost close.
Almost close.
Almost close, yeah.
So it just shows you don't need a brand new kitchen. You need to show off as much prep space as possible. When you're selling your house, you want it to look bigger and brighter. The two most important things. But come and have a look at the backyard. Obviously, it's a different kind of yard. This one's got a lot more lawn than yours. I want to make your backyard have more plants, more colour. Hopefully the raccoons won't touch the... We'll leave the flowers alone for the next couple of weeks. Now, did you like this house?
Yeah, I like it. It's more light. They look more big ones.
Yeah, and that's what people are looking for. And I know that's what people want, because this house sold for 100% of the asking price in 8 days.
How long this house for sale?
8 days.
Yeah, but the beginning.
From the beginning to the end, 8 days. The way you present a house has a big impact. It's not just about location and price, it's also about presentation.
Presentation to the house.
Yeah. So are you ready to go back and start doing some work on the house?
Yeah.
Okay, then come on.
Yeah.
Marco and Marie, you have a good, solid house that's well maintained, but there are some improvements I want to make to it. I'd like to make this patio more of a feature, put some planters up, make it look really pretty. And are you going to sort this out?
Yeah, we can fix this up a little bit, paint it.
Make some window boxes?
Yeah, make some window boxes, some
Brilliant.
planters.
The shed.
We can remove all the shingles and reface it.
So it's going to look really jolly out here, lots of planters. I want the mudroom to look really, really snazzy as soon as you walk in. So I want to take the carpet up. Are you happy with us taking the carpet up in the mudroom?
I'll give it permission.
OK, you give me permission. Thank you, Marco. So, Marco and Maria, what do you feel about these changes? Are you nervous, excited?
No, I'm not nervous. You know, I want to see.
I'm a little bit nervous, but more excited.
OK, then come on, then.
OK.
Excellent.
When I buy the house, the owner, before me, he don't move it maybe one piece of finger. What I have to do?
This period always feels hard when you're moving stuff, but it will make a difference. Hopefully you'll get it sold.
This is a surprise for me.
Talk about quick work. The carpet's gone up, and you've taken all the shingle off.
Yeah, they were just held on by roofing nails.
Right.
It's typical. Cleaned all the nails. I've got this pressure-treated one-by material.
Yep.
I was gonna take it and just line the whole shed with it, around the door, right at the top, just like that. And once we strip that other side, we'll do the same. And then we'll just paint it all out.
But apparently there's lots of nails on the floor, so I thought I might start sweeping them up.
Okay, safety first. That's good. We'll clean it all up, and then we'll get back to work. How's that? So I'm building a planter box. What I've done is I've made up 2 frames, one front and one back. I've attached the back frame to the fence, and I've attached the front frame to the other frame just using some 2x4s and some screws. We're gonna make a base that will hold the dirt in, and then we'll clad the sides with some plywood there and this side. We can line it with plastic after. So this is the front facing. We're gonna clad it with some plywood, and then afterwards take some trim and make full panels on the front of the box. We're gonna paint to match with the same color scheme that's going on the shed, and it's gonna be like an oasis in the backyard.
The mudroom looks so much better already, and it's actually going to be a good first impression.
So what I've done is I just put double-sided tape. So if you actually take the tape off, just pull the tape, and then once you pull the tape to past where the carpet's gonna go, we'll start sticking it from that corner.
Never done this before.
Well, I'm here to help you. I'll pull it, you just jump, okay? Ready?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, no! Not yet. I didn't even do it. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, good. Okay, now we can just continue keeping it. Just stick it there, and then I'll guide it to where it's got to go.
Oh, look at that.
And then it's the same in this corner.
Who knew laying carpet could be so easy?
Okay, so there, we have a square edge now.
We have a square edge.
And now we can just keep everything coming this way.
We we got rid of the black table and chairs because they didn't really go with the kitchen, and instead we've got this island. What I'm doing is just staining it with some water-based stainer so it matches this sort of darker wood style here. And just pour a little on like that, and then use a roller. Just gives it a bit of a richer, darker tone. This is a bit blonde. This island is great because you can sit at it, but you can also use it as extra prep space. And you don't need a big table in here because you've got the dining room table right next door. If you've got a window between two rooms, leave it uncovered, let the light in, and both rooms will benefit. Green is in, but don't just stick to flowers. Some fresh herbs by the kitchen will get buyers thinking of snipping, cooking, and dining. You might have everything from a pasta maker to a bread maker, but put them away and keep your countertops clear. Marco and Maria's house used to be filled with personal items and overcrowded with furniture. But by painting, decluttering, adding new window treatments and accessories, this home feels really warm and inviting. If you have an open plan living and dining room, paint the walls the same colour. It will increase a sense of space and create a better flow. Don't worry about underpricing your house. If you price your house low, you should receive multiple offers which will push the price up to market value or above. When you're selling your home, it's important to disassociate yourself from it. Think of it as a product that you're trying to sell like any other, and that will make it easier to remove personal mementos, oversized furniture, and create a neutral space.
Nice, clean, clear. What the? Oh, plastic cake for me and you. Oh, me guys.
It's beautiful.
The house now is beautiful.
I love it. I love it, this place, especially my kitchen.
Wow, doesn't even look like the same place.
I know.
This is a nice oasis in the city.
From a real estate point of view, how has our makeover helped change the likelihood of a sale?
Well, it's greatly improved the likelihood. We're now have those sleek lines that we're looking for in the condo that usually we don't see in a home. And what you guys have done, it's fantastic. I can't believe it.
What are you looking for? Is this for you, for someone else?
Actually, I was here 3 weeks ago with one of my clients. From the first time I was here to now, it looks completely different.
Come outside.
Good. Come on. Good.
Now you've seen it, do you think you might have other clients it might be good for?
Oh, definitely. We work in the area. We will bring in other clients through.
Here we have the kitchen.
Nice and bright. It's got plenty of counter space.
Yeah.
So
Will you be ringing up your wife on the way home and saying, I've seen this fantastic house, should we go and have a look at it?
Definitely. I mean, the house is perfect. It's roomy. With our furniture, we can make this home.
Marco and Maria's house used to be multicolored and cluttered. And now it's sleek and serene, and they're one step closer to realizing their retirement dreams.
When developers build subdivisions, the houses tend to look like carbon copies of each other, and trying to set your house apart when making a sale can be tough. You need great presentation, a good agent, and just the right timing. And that's where I can help. It's been on the market for over 3 months, and the homeowners, Andy and Emily, are at their wits' end. They're sick to death of their commute and they'd like to move closer to their work, but they can't until we can get this place sold.
I feel safe here, and my parents live 2 minutes away. I love our house. We thought it was going to be our forever home.
The reason why we want to move is because we're so far away from where we work.
Our commute is too much.
By the time we get home, we're just like, who wants to do anything? When we have kids, we want to live closer to home. We had one agent and we put our house up for about 3 months, and we just didn't have a lot of activity on the house, really, like just in terms of people coming over. We've actually switched agents now. We've been sort of watching her progress throughout our neighborhood, and we like what we see.
There's lots of hope with a new agent.
We need to sell this house because the drive is killing us, and we want to move on to the next stage of our life, having a family.
If this house is so shiny and new, why is it not selling? I'm gonna get to the bottom of it and have a look. Quite an interesting layout, but they've kept the builders white, which can make it a little drab. I guess this is the sitting room. Feels more like a psychiatrist's office. You've got these 2 lounge chairs pointing in opposite directions. And you've got this big old bookshelf. It's messy. This is a very, very uninviting space. It's possibly the most clinical living room I have ever been in. Wow. This is a masterclass on how to make a compact kitchen feel even smaller. Every inch of surface area in this kitchen is filled up. The 3 things buyers look for in a kitchen is cleanliness, storage space, and prep space. Now this kitchen's fine on the cleanliness front, but the storage and prep space, it's lacking. I wasn't expecting a music room. I think most people are expecting to see a dining room, as the majority of people aren't musicians, but everyone needs somewhere to eat. Again, you get a sense that it's set up for just 2 people. There's only 2 chairs in here, like in the sitting room. Doesn't feel like there's enough space for a family. And there's obviously a bit of a storage problem. And there's only 2 of them, and that is going to be an issue for buyers. This is a great sized master bedroom, but it is so drab. Nothing on the walls. This room could be fantastic, but it's all right, and all right does not sell houses. This is a good-sized house with lots of bedrooms and presumably quite a few closets. And these clothes should be in those closets. They shouldn't be on display. Buyers don't want to see your clothes. But it's a nice-sized room. Quite a strange position for the light fixtures. Now, this would be a great family room, but again, it leaves me feeling cold. There's all this clutter, there's things exploding from the shelves. It just doesn't feel cozy. And you've got this dead space here, which just houses an exercise machine. And that's a space that could be much better used for something else. This house was only built 3 years ago, so the steps should not be wobbling by now. I can see why this house hasn't received any offers and why the homeowners have found a new real estate agent. It's like it's doing everything it can not to stand out from the crowd. It's like the homeowners and the old real estate agent thought that this house would just sell because it's new, but they're wrong. We have to give this house a serious personality injection, make it stand out from the crowd and get it sold. Andy, Emily, tell me about your real estate agent. You had some difficulties with them?
More of a communication issue. We didn't get a lot of feedback coming in from him.
So now you're moving on with a new real estate agent.
Yes.
I'm really pleased that you've decided to make a move because I know a lot of people just stick with the real estate agents that they're not getting along with for far too long. This is a good house and I really like the layout, but I think we can definitely make it a bit more exciting. Starting with the white builder's paint. We want to give it a bit more personality, especially because we're living in a subdivision here. So all the houses are identical.
Right.
You want yours to be the best on the block. Now, tell me about the living room. I was quite surprised when I walked in. I was like, do they sit in here?
Everyone always gravitates to those chairs and they lie down and they start pouring out.
Someone plays psychiatrist and someone plays patient, so they always joke about that.
We definitely need to make that more of a living room. But at the moment, it feels like this house is only set up for 2 people. More likely, it's going to be a family who's going to buy this or someone who wants to start a family. Now I move to the music room. I think we really need to have a dining area. Will you be all right with that?
Yes.
Then we move down to this room. Do you use your exercise machine?
I think the last time we used it was probably a couple months ago.
I'd like to pack it up into the garage. And as you don't use it, I don't think you'll be that fussed about it, will you?
Probably won't miss it.
Because you really, really want to sell your house, don't you?
Yeah.
I hear the commute is driving you crazy.
It is. Yeah, it's insane.
And I do think that we can make this house look considerably better. So you prepared to give me a hand?
Yes.
Brilliant.
This house is a bit of a tricky one. It's been on the market for 3 months with no interest. So the homeowners decided to switch agents. They didn't feel he was working for them, and communication had broken down. So I'm going to go and ask Susan, their new agent, what she's going to do to drive some energy into the sale. Susan, what were your thoughts when you walked in the house?
It was very bland. You're competing with some model homes which are still in progress, so you want to show your house as best as possible in competing with those homes.
How did you get this listing?
Andy and Emily had listed with another agent and they were not able to sell it. I worked the area and they called me.
Why were they unhappy with him?
I don't think he did anything to prep them for the sale, such as decluttering or painting even, which is a low-cost fix.
How do you think a homeowner can improve the relationship with a real estate agent?
I think it's important that the clients and realtors know exactly what they're getting into up front. Also, I think communication throughout the process is very important.
Because I think that's one of the problems that Andy and Emily had with their real estate agent was they weren't getting that communication. They weren't getting any feedback. So what are you going to do differently?
Well, I do a lot of marketing within the area, and I also promote it on my website, and I hold a lot of open houses until we get the house sold.
Now, $429,000, is that in keeping with the neighborhood?
Oh, I think it's definitely in keeping with the neighborhood.
So do you think once we go in and give the rooms definition, give them color and character, are you confident the house is going to sell?
I'm more than confident that the house will sell.
So here we have the sitting room. It's very, very decluttered. It's very, very clean. Do you like it?
It's very warm and inviting, cozy.
Exactly. Now, personally, I'd have painted it a slightly lighter color, but it's got more warmth than the builder's white. And look, there are sofas, and chairs. That's what's missing in your living room at the moment, because you need people to walk in and imagine themselves using this room.
Well, there's no place to sit down and analyze each other.
Well, I can't wait for you to come and analyze the dining room.
All right.
This is what people are expecting to see. I love your piano. I think it's really, really attractive, and we're definitely going to incorporate it in the sitting room. But unless people see a dining room table in a space, a lot of people just don't get their head around it. So we just want something like this. Now, interestingly, this is exactly the same size as your kitchen. Now, you have a better kitchen because it's much newer, but they've kept it immaculately. And also, look at all the space everywhere. In your kitchen, there's so much stuff. What you want to do when you sell your house, look what they've got. They've got the microwave and a kettle. That's all you need. Get rid of anything else. This house sold for $10,000 over asking price in just 2 days.
Oh, wow. 2 days?
2 days.
Wow.
And you've got to remember that your house is newer and in a better location.
Yes.
So you should be feeling positive right now.
I'm feeling a lot more positive.
Well, should we head home then and do some work?
All right.
This is a good house and it's got a very interesting layout. But at the moment, it's lacking that certain je ne sais quoi. We need to make it stand out from the others in the subdivision. And Anthony here is going to help us do that. First things first, the family room downstairs, there's this great little nook at the end of the room which only has a sort of sad-looking exercise machine in. I'd like to get rid of the sad exercise machine and replace it with a home office.
That's a great idea, and we'll just make that space more usable than what it is now.
Because when you're selling, the most important thing is to use all your available space. And also, quite strange lighting fixtures in those rooms. You've got one there and then one sort of on an angle.
You don't like that?
No, no.
We'll just clean that up and we'll just cap one of the light fixtures.
And also, I stuck my head out into the garden and I noticed as I walked onto the step it was a little wobbly. When you're buying a house like this, which is relatively new, people want it to be maintenance-free. I'd just like to fix that. Is that possible?
Of course it is.
The good thing about this house is there's very little to do in terms of construction. I think the main jobs are going to be painting, rearranging the rooms, sort of storage solutions. But your house is going to look fantastic when we're finished with it. But first things first, let's get rid of that exercise machine.
Oh, that's so heavy. Oh.
I thought that we weren't pack rats, and I thought that we were pretty, I think we kept it pretty low.
Well, obviously, we want to do what we can to sell the house. So if this is what it takes, this is what it takes.
First things first, I'm gonna remove the actual step.
Right.
And then I'm gonna use this brick repair. I'm gonna run a bead of mortar all the way around. And then I'm gonna use these wedges or shims to kind of just shim it into place so that it doesn't rock anymore. And then I'll cut the shim and then I'll run another bead to close whatever gap is at the bottom.
I think it's better that if everything's in order, nothing's wobbly or broken.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference for sure.
Especially with a house like this, it's new. Everything should be well maintained. Andy, I see you started the painting.
Yeah.
How long do you live with the Builder's White?
3 years now. I guess we haven't painted because we didn't know what color we wanted, really.
But I think this one is going to add a bit of richness to the bedroom because it's a fantastic size and it's got the ensuite bathroom and it's got a big closet, and that's what people really want in master bedrooms. But you know what I mean? It just looked a little, didn't really pop out before.
Yeah.
So I'll leave you to it, Andy.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you.
So what do you think of the colour, Emily?
I think this is a gorgeous color. I really like it.
The paint is going to make such an amazing difference. It's going to really brighten the house up and make it stand out from all the other houses.
Yeah, I think so too.
What we want to do is we want to take this light fixture down and we want to cap it. It's too close to the other light fixture. We don't want to draw attention to it. So I've already turned the power off from the electrical panel. I'm going to unscrew the whole fixture and just marrette the wires and tape them up, stick them in the box, and just cover it with this cover plate. All done.
Wow. We are doing great guns on the desk.
You like?
I love it.
Nice.
What more have you got to do?
What's left is just to add these couple trim pieces, screw the tabletop down to the cabinets,
Yeah.
and then caulk whatever gaps against the wall, paint it out, and we're good to go.
And then the buyer will get a desk rather than an empty space.
Yes.
I'll leave you to the good work.
Awesome, thank you.
Potted plants on the floor don't do a great deal apart from maybe trip you up, but if you raise them up to eye level, they immediately become part of the decor and they add life to the room. Leaving season decorations up might get buyers thinking that the homeowners are a bit neglectful and wondering if there's other areas of the house that they haven't maintained, so just take them down. I love ottomans. You can use them for storage, extra seating, and they even double up as coffee tables. This house is no longer suffering from the plain white blues. We've introduced this place to colour, and I know buyers are going to love it. Just because a house is new doesn't mean it's an instant seller. It still has to have buyer appeal, character, colour and warmth. When choosing an agent, shop around because they're not all created equal. Ask in the neighbourhood, go to some open houses, check out the local papers, get personal recommendations, and don't be fooled by flashy advertising campaigns. When you're signing up an agent, lay your expectations down on the table. Communication, their availability, marketing, they're all key. And if you feel your agent is not performing, you have every right to find a new one.
Oh my goodness, this is so nice.
Oh.
This is too much.
Oh my.
Oh my goodness. This is
This doesn't
amazing.
even look like our own.
I know, like those were there and the piano and new drapes.
I didn't even know this room could look like this. Wow.
This is so nice. And look.
And they haven't. It's like totally into the wall and everything.
Like a built-in.
Wow. If I was a potential buyer coming in, I would be just like, wow, this is a great house. So I'm hoping people feel that way.
I have every confidence that they will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has the contemporary feel that people are looking for in this area. It's absolutely fabulous. Incredible. This is what it's meant to be. It's meant to be a dining room.
I almost feel I should have a drum roll for this.
Incredible.
Because remember, Susan, what it looked like before?
It was lacking that wow factor, and this is it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is great.
So I always think that the 3 things you need when you're selling your house are a good location. Well, this is a fantastic location. You need a good price, and you also need good presentation.
And I think this house has all 3 key components to selling a house.
Have we made your job a little easier?
Yes, that's for sure.
Wow.
Wow is good.
So beautiful.
So beautiful.
It's a nice house. Great.
So is this going to be a big enough size for you?
Yes,
So it's a great size, yeah. You can
With
sit on it
hutch,
for
matching dining
friends.
table. This looks good.
on it.
Wow. It's wonderful, beautiful.
Is this the kind of style you like?
Yeah, this is something what we are looking for.
Really?
This is perfect for us.
Now, the price is $429,000.
The price is reasonable.
The price is reasonable?
Yes.
So, a maybe then. Definitely maybe.
Yeah,
This house is outstanding, and Andy and Emily are on track for a sale.